guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump surrenders to authorities in the Georgia election case this evening. Trump agreed earlier in the week to a $200,000 bond, and the agreement explicitly bars him from using social media to target co-defendants or witnesses. Trump is facing felony charges for his alleged efforts. The Georgia DA behind Trump's election case requesting the trial begin in October.
2 months from now would be a very quick trial date, and of course, you can look at the political consequences for Donald Trump if, in fact, the judge were to begin this trial that quickly.
Correspondent Vaughn Hilliard says Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis asked Thursday for the Trump racketeering trial to start on October 23rd. The move comes after co-defendant Kenneth Cheeseborough asked for a speedy trial. The number of missing fire victims in Maui remains in the hundreds, and the effort to find the remains is expanding to Lahaina Harbor.
Dozens of people jumped into the ocean to flee the fast-moving flames on August 8th. Authorities believe multiple people died in the water, likely because of exhaustion and breathing in heavy smoke. I'm Dave Collins.
U.S. officials say preliminary intelligence suggests that Russian mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed by an explosion on board his aircraft or some other form of sabotage. Ira Spitzer says Russian President Vladimir Putin has addressed his rival's death for the first time.
Preliminary theories are that a bomb was placed on the Wagner mercenary group leader's private plane, causing it to crash northwest of Moscow, killing all 10 people on board, although they are exploring other angles as well. The Russian government has said it is investigating the crash, but hasn't offered an explanation yet. Putin called Prigozhin a talented person, but also said he had made some serious mistakes and offered condolences to the families of all 10 victims.
This is USA News.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. You're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com. If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Command of Camp Pendleton's largest warfighting unit is handed over to temporary leadership due to stalling in the Senate.
Lieutenant General George W. Smith Jr., leader of 48,000 Marines at Camp Pendleton, is retiring and handing over command to Major General Bradford J. Gearing. This change in leadership is temporary, and the permanent leadership change is delayed because Arkansas Republican Tommy Tuberville's disagreement with the Defense Department's decision to pay for travel when a service member has to go out of state for abortion services or other reproductive health care. I'm John Fink.
Chris Christie is again going after Ohio entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, the former New Jersey governor, and Ramaswamy went after each other during the Republican presidential debate on Fox News last night. And Thursday, Christie summed it up on the Clay and Buck show.
So, you want to smack me? I'm from Jersey. You smack me, you're going to get a smack or two back.
Christie says Ramaswamy's out of his league.
The guy who's barely ever voted gets on the stage and says, everybody but me on this stage is bought and paid for. I don't know how you take him seriously.
Christie then pivoted to Trump, claiming that President Biden is hoping Trump is his opponent next year. Dune Part 2 is being delayed until 2024 due to the ongoing writers' strike. The science fiction flick was originally slated to premiere on November 3rd this year, but will now be released March 15th, 2024. The change has had a domino effect on Warner Brothers' other sci-fi and fantasy releases. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried New Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, take a deep breath. Cue the microphone, and we're ready to roll. All right, ready or not, here comes a Friday. Just like that, we'll be closing out another work week and rolling into the final weekend before, well, Labor Day weekend comes up next, which for many was often considered the unofficial end of summer, summer's last bash kind of weekend. But I got a few days to get there. 25th day of August is what we will be entering from time zone to time zone. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Still another relatively warm night, 77 outside the secret bunker, kind of a hazy night. But we are beginning to see the heat, the big heat dome is in the process of beginning to shrink. Earlier this week, we had areas as far north as central Minnesota, much of Wisconsin, Michigan, all under excessive heat warnings. The northern extent of the excessive heat warnings for the upcoming day, Friday, now extends through southern Iowa, about the southern two-thirds of Illinois, Chicago beginning to cool off, right? Yeah, you got southern Indiana, then on down to the Gulf Coast, of course. Everything's going to begin shifting a bit further east as well as we head into the upcoming weekend here. All right, we'll get to some of our listening friends checking in out of the box. As we were talking literally 24 hours ago, around the, what they call the periphery, the outer edge of that big heat dome, storms. And some stronger storms impacting north central, northeast Ohio tonight. Yeah, we've got a tornado warning, as a matter of fact, on the east side of Cleveland at this hour. There's been several tornado warnings over the past couple of hours. So right now, this is a storm capable of producing a tornado. It's moving east at like 60 miles per hour. These storms are flat out moving, so even without a tornado, damaging straight-line winds will be occurring. About 7 miles east of Cleveland at this point in time. That's the current warning. Like I said, we've seen several others. We had a tornado warning up in the Sandusky area, areas that 24 hours ago we were dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. Detroit, through much of the night. Last night, we had showers, thunderstorms just continued to redevelop, training over the Detroit area, literally all night long. Over the past hour or two, Detroit has seen yet another round of severe weather, torrential rains. Rains are still falling in Detroit, but when the sun came up there Thursday morning, extensive flooding in the Detroit area had shut down multiple freeways. Literally completely submerged cars. As of 10:30 a.m. Central Time Thursday morning, ABC News reported that severe flooding in the Detroit area had forced the closure of major interstates, both directions of 275 under the I-94 in Romulus. Even Interstate 75, southbound 75, was shut down at Eureka. Numerous other state highways, and it was just a mess traveling through the Detroit area this past day. In light of what we've seen over the past few hours, I'm thinking there's probably additional flooding occurring as we speak, once again in the Detroit area. But those storms Wednesday evening, we were kind of covering that as we fired things up Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Those storms progressed through the night from north central Ohio. About halfway through the program, they had begun rumbling through the Columbus area. And about an hour after we closed things out, about between 6 and 7 a.m., those storms had expanded all the way out and were rolling through our area here in southwest Ohio. It was pretty amazing. The map, nearly the entire state of Ohio was just kind of enveloped in showers and thunderstorms Thursday morning. As the sun came up Thursday, ground stops were still in place in the Detroit airport due to storms in the vicinity. Willow Run Airport in Michigan near Detroit picked up nearly 5.5 inches of rain, and most of that fell in less than 4 hours' time, thus the incredible flooding. 3 to 6 inches of rain fell across the Detroit metro from midnight to 6 a.m. Further south Thursday morning, a large part of Ohio picked up anywhere from 1 to 4 inches of rain. Motorists obviously struggling due to the downpours, the ponding on the roadways, especially heading into the morning rush. Now, we see some of those storms rebuilding over much of that same zone and some new territory tonight as we head into Thursday night, Friday morning. As a new disturbance is going to roll over top of the heat dome tonight, thunderstorms will be turning severe over portions of the Dakotas, Minnesota, northern Nebraska, north and east of the Ohio Valley, severe weather zone, showers and generally non-severe storms will be visiting parts of the mid-Atlantic and New England on into the day today. Matter of fact, for the first time this week, the risk of severe weather will possibly target some of our major metro areas around the I-95 corridor. I've been talking about this the last couple of nights as well. Richmond, Virginia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., maybe some of the southern suburbs of Philadelphia. As I flip back over to the national scene, most of the rains along the East Coast are now all the way over toward, you've got some showers from Boston to Concord on up to Montpelier, Vermont tonight. None of those are on the severe levels, but those stronger storms stretching from pretty much east of Buffalo, right along down through portions of southern Lake Erie. Again, Detroit to Toledo, and some of those strongest storms at this hour pushing through the Cleveland metro area, which again prompting tornado warnings just to the east of Cleveland. Looks like another just popped up as well, a little bit further south. Do a quick refresh and see what we got on that. Meanwhile, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. This is near Polk, Ohio, about 11 miles north of Ashland, moving southeast 65 miles per hour. These, like I said, these storms are flat out moving to the point where if you're trying to head south on the interstate, you can barely outrun them. They're going to catch up with you. So use caution out there. We'll keep an eye on things. They did indeed advise us some of the strongest storms Thursday into Friday may be occurring actually during these overnight hours. Catch a lot of people off guard as they're more than likely sleeping at this point in time. All right, we'll delve more into what do we see for the upcoming day. Again, some relief from the big heat dome. Wednesday, we did see one of the hottest days of the year. Chicago hit 98 degrees on Wednesday. And, of course, Thursday, the atmosphere topped that mark where you hit 100, according to AccuWeather here. Now, last time we saw triple-digit heat in the Chicago area was July the 6th of 2012, according to the National Weather Service. It's been 10 years since you've topped 100 in Chicago, but the relief is on the way. You hit your two back-to-back high temperatures near 100. Things begin to trend downward as we head into the weekend here. Hello to Philly Dan, on board out of the box here, TGIF. Everybody have a great weekend. 5-7, copy the mail. Sergeant MacGyver out west checking in from Snoqualmie, Washington. Got 65 degrees, a pleasant night. Good morning, Steve. Safe travels to all those who keep America rolling. Good morning, Marianne. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Then I got Dipsy Driver. Hello, Steve, and the best informed audience. A very dark 70 degrees here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Lost power about 9:30 this past evening. Consumers Energy is estimating restoration. Right now, they're telling us between like 8 and 11 this morning. So I'm going to drag out the generator at first light, plug in the Generac box, which powers most of the house, full of gas. Got my Stay-Bills storage. So I'm confident it'll fire up easily. Everybody have a great weekend and stay safe out there. Yeah, that's some of those storms that have been pushing through the Detroit area, now pushing into northern Ohio. So yes, strong straight line winds they've been contending with there. Hello, Jacob. Good morning, Mr. Summers, and the overnight drive from Kingsport, Tennessee. 74 degrees at this hour. Hello, Rockpick. Morning, third shift workers, wise old night owls, truck drivers. Rochester International at the airport, 73, very humid, 90% humidity. Now, from where I'm sitting, a mile to the east, it's a big thunder, lightning show. They've got some hail as well. But happy Friday, all you hardworking Americans. I'm thankful for sharing another week of the overnight drive with you. Have a great weekend if you get one. As always, watch out for the other driver. Stay safe and enjoy. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Oh, the mugshot seen around the world. Yeah, it's official. He looks rather angry. If you, surely you've seen the mugshot of Donald Trump. Some are calling it kind of like the death stare. Very angry scowl on Trump's face, but rightfully so. Yeah, more on that coming up here as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, good Friday morning. What do we see here? Hello to Jeff. Checking in from New York City. because I'm ready for another exciting, informative show. There's Steve from Ottawa, one of our Canadian friends, saying hello to Steve and hello to all the listeners. Good to have you on board. All right, Brain Dead, what do we got here? Morning, Steve. Hope you have a great weekend. As I did my orientation with Kroger today, training begins on Sunday. Oh, and it's nice having the house to myself and the hounds as Dingbat started training for her job tonight. So it won't be much longer till my pillow and myself will start our nightly argument in which the pillow will win. But yeah, I saw your post earlier. It's kind of moving on the next chapter in his life, as he put it. Put the bad stuff, the yellow, put it behind and move ahead with the new Kroger job. Hello, Russell. Morning, Steve. Still hanging out at 81 degrees, Dayton, Ohio. Hope y'all doing well in the secret bunker there. Let's see, Reds out west again after sweeping the Angels, wasn't it? They had to fly into Arizona, so I guess it's Diamondbacks tonight. Reds are winning 2-1, bottom of the ninth. All right? Yeah, I know they were losing 1-0 there at the end of 7, so they apparently scored a couple runs in the 8th or 9th, whichever the case was. Hello to Scrapyard, waving all 5 at you from JJ's Truck Stop Cafe as I'm taking the night off. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Checking in from Wallkill, New York. Got my coffee. We're rolling northbound. Hello, Pappy. Let's see. No, that's David Harris, not David Pappy. My apologies. I-30 meat grinder report. DOT using cameras and stealth spotter/chase vehicles in the construction zone. Do not be doing any lead footing through there, folks. All right, I-30, the meat grinder. Thank you much. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listener, kind of an overcast 68 degrees on the top of Christiansburg Mountain here in Virginia. Keep it shiny side up. Meat grinder, by the way, is Interstate 30 through Arkansas. It's like the mile marker 110 up to the 117. Appreciate the clarification there. Okay, now we got Gilligan saying good morning to all the listening friends out there. One story that I had, we were looking to maybe have some live coverage of a scheduled launch later this morning, a little before 4 a.m. Well, we can toss that one in the can because the Crew 7 launch scheduled for this morning has been scrubbed. According to WESH News, SpaceX did not say why the launch was scrubbed. Nonetheless, the next launch opportunity will now be Saturday at 3:27 a.m. Eastern, 3:30 in the morning. Let's see. We pulled this from Twitter. As the Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A, the Dragon crew capsule Endurance, setting atop the powerful Falcon 9 rocket ready for liftoff. The NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission will include 4 astronauts from 4 different space agencies, which this will be a first for the commercial crew program. Commanding is NASA's Jasmine Mogbelli, Danish astronaut Andrea Mogensen. The European Space Agency will serve as pilot, and mission specialists from their countries' respective agencies are Russia's Konstantin Borisov and Japan's Satoshi Furukawa. All right, and even as the astronauts can't even truly know the tens of thousands of people that are dedicated to their safety, everything is double, triple, and even quadruple checked, according to NASA's Commercial Crew Program Manager. And this time around, heading up with them to the International Space Station are over 80 new science investigations that the crew's going to be working on, along with hundreds of others that are already aboard the space lab there, the space station. This mission is going to have a special focus on zero gravity's impact on the human body. It's part of a broader study on deep space exploration. When we think about hazards like radiation, isolation, microgravity, it's one of those big hazards. So LEO, or Low Earth Orbit, the International Space Station, is a fantastic place for us to understand what we need to be preparing for. Now, they did have a successful rehearsal completed on Tuesday morning. Actually, a new launch control center was certified this week on the SpaceX Hangar X complex, which will be used for the first time on this Crew 7 mission. The new center will allow all of the SpaceX and NASA commercial launch managers to be much closer together than at any previous facility. They'll all be actually in the same room now. All right, so again, not till at least Saturday morning, the new schedule for the Crew 7 there. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump surrendered to authorities in the Georgia election case this evening.
Trump turned himself in at the Fulton County Jail. Trump agreed earlier this week to a $200,000 bond, and the agreement explicitly bars him from using social media to target co-defendants or witnesses. I'm Dave Collins.
Fulton County DA Fani Willis is pushing for an October 23rd start date for the trial, which Trump's legal team has reportedly been opposing. Trump's racketeering and conspiracy charges stem from his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election result in Georgia. Outrage is growing among some Maui wildfire survivors after national news reports aired images of FEMA workers staying in luxury hotels. FEMA representatives responded Wednesday saying reports of personnel staying in rooms that cost $1,000 per night are not true. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good morning, North Central Kansas. Well, I guess it's still good evening for you, isn't it? Hello, Norman. 82 degrees. 101 today. Yesterday, we hit 106 degrees. Yes, this week has featured some of the hottest weather of the entire year across even the North Central USA. But as I mentioned, relief is on the way for some, not everybody, this weekend. At the same time, temperatures in the southeast will actually be throttling up. Uh-oh. All right, Russell gave me the update. See, it's not over till, what's the old adage, till the fat lady sings, Diamondbacks apparently a bottom of the ninth comeback. Defeating the Reds 3-2, the final score there. See, there you go. It's not over. You got to play all 9 innings. Failure of the bullpen, maybe? Just maybe. Let's see here. Who else we got checking in? Dave Harris said, somebody shut the gate up north at the northern border so that wildfire smoke can't get down here. All right. Eskimo Mom, happy hump day for her, or whatever day it is. Got a Springfield Owensboro pedal tonight for the second in a row. More Meyer madness. Passing through Centerville, Ohio at 84 degrees. Very humid tonight, kind of hazy. I am getting kind of over this summer weather. Be safe, have a good weekend when you get one. There's Pappy. There he is. Lost track of time. Silly me. 79, Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. TGIF. Yes, indeed. Crank it up. Dial Steve up at 844-844-3388. Let it roll. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? By the way, postscript. Fulton County, Georgia can kiss my... yes, indeed. Yeah, after all the hand-wringing, the consternation, the discussion, it happened. Trump turned himself into the Fulton County Jail, thus producing one of the most eagerly anticipated mugshots in American history. The shocking photo. Why is it shocking? Less than 24 hours after Wednesday's inaugural Republican primary debate, which Trump, of course, skipped, citing his commanding lead in the Republican polls. The mugshot of a former U.S. president is both jarring and historic, first of its kind. It also has brought up plenty of concern from political pundits who've noted that incumbent President Biden's Department of Justice is locking up his chief political rival. Yeah, the sort of scene typically reserved for full-blown banana republics or dictatorships. Yeah, while Trump might actually win the Republican race and usurp the White House from Biden following the 24 general election, for now, the former president has been booked and processed in Fulton County. Yes, he has his own issues to work through, but very good. Well, here we are on a Friday. Must be one day closer to what?
We're one day closer to Monday. Our favorite day to look forward to. Do you work Sunday night into Monday for Labor Day?
Now,
Are you working that night?
This isn't Labor Day weekend this weekend, right?
No.
Next weekend.
No, next weekend.
No, I would be off Sunday night into Monday morning for Labor Day weekend, yes.
Yeah, I won't be working that night either, so I guess we'll have to do this next Monday night. On a real Monday. So I thought I was going to get to tell you about the rocket launch, or remind you, but you already blew that bubble.
Yeah, and I don't know
I
if
was
it was.
talking to my...
I'm not sure if it was weather related, but like they say, when they're double checking, triple checking everything. I mean, it's different when you're launching the satellites versus human lives on board. You gotta make sure everything is right.
Right. I don't know if I want to get up at 3:30 on Saturday morning to try to watch it.
Right.
Either. that might be tough to do. I was talking to my buddy up there. He lives around Detroit area, and he said they got so much rain that it sank his boat tied up to the dock. It's not a real big boat, but yeah, it sunk his boat.
Wow. Well, and I mean that was the rain from last night, right? I mean, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. They got a bunch more here in the last few hours.
Right. But I was talking to him this morning, and it must have been the day before yesterday's rain or something. But that's a lot of rain.
Mm-hmm.
And I know those overpasses that you were talking about on 275 there by Romulus, Eureka, and all of them. I'm familiar with those, and they flood quite frequently. There's other ones around there too that I haven't heard about, but I'm sure they're flooded too.
Mm-hmm.
That Stiction Eliminator, is that for gas and diesel engines?
That is correct.
Know?
Yes, for both. Yes.
Because I just got a new car. To me, it's got a turbo, so I guess I'll have to get me some of that stuff.
New car to use. So, like, what kind of miles it got on it?
116,000.
Yeah, you're an ideal candidate. Yes, get that Stiction Eliminator in there, especially with the turbo. Yes.
Yeah, it's got the turbo in it. It's a 2012 Chevy Sonic. Pretty peppy little car.
Mm-hmm.
Real good gas mileage. But well, anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. Thanks for taking my call, and if I think of anything, I'll give you a call back.
All right. We will look forward to it, Captain Ron. Safe travels tonight out there. All right. Yeah, it's been a hot week. Yeah, let me see. Wednesday, one of the most extensive days of heat, humidity during the entire heat wave over the central portions of the country. We already mentioned where Chicago hit 98 Wednesday, 100 on Thursday. Real feel or heat indices were in the vicinity of 130 degrees in a handful of states. Atlantic Iowa topped out with a heat index of 139 degrees. I mean, that's top of the scale, extraordinarily dangerous. Changes are going to take place, knocking down the heat in the parts of the central region starting soon as a cold front advances southward and a disturbance way up in the atmosphere dives across the Great Lakes and into the northeast as we start the weekend. Some of that relief from the exceptional heat that's gripped portion of the Central Plains and Midwest will be forthcoming. Essentially, the massive area of heat, or the heat dome, is going to be attacked from the north and the northeast, starting today and through the weekend. As this happens, the heat core will extend across Texas, where it's been much of the summer, and begin moving a bit more into the southeast, where it's also been very persistent. Dallas-Fort Worth area has had 44 days this summer through Thursday, with highs of 100 or higher. Bergstrom Airport in Austin, Texas, has been in triple digits 50 times this summer. Further to the east, some of the biggest temperature departures have occurred in Louisiana and Mississippi. New Orleans, you hit 102 on Wednesday. That tied the all-time high for that city. You hit 100 this past day in Jackson, Mississippi. Temperatures trended higher as the summer progressed from June to now August. For the month of August so far, temperatures have been averaging about 6 degrees above average, with at least 18 days of 100 or greater. All right, in the southeast, greatest temperature departures from average have been near the Gulf Coast and, of course, in the state of Florida. Even long-term residents of Florida say it's been kind of hotter this summer. All right, more on the traveler's weather coming up here. What about the concern of drought and wildfire conditions? We'll get to that coming up. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Well, it wasn't all about Donald Trump in Fulton County this past day. Things may be getting a little ugly for Fani Willis. The House Judiciary Committee is launching an investigation into Fani Willis and the indictment of Donald Trump. In a letter to Willis, Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan explicitly questioned her motivations for prosecuting Trump. You know, it's nothing to do with politics. He says, quote, "Your indictment and prosecution implicate substantial federal interests, and the circumstances surrounding your actions raise serious concerns about whether they're politically motivated. Regarding questions about her motivation, Jordan raised 5 issues. Number 1, 4 days before the indictment was announced, Willis launched a new campaign fundraising website that highlighted her investigation into Trump. Number 2, the infamous forewoman of the special grand jury that Willis convened who was bragging about subpoenaing Trump. Number 3, the alleged accidental release of a document by the Fulton County clerk showing the forthcoming criminal charges against Trump hours before the grand jury actually even voted. Number 4, a judge disqualified Willis from targeting Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in her investigation. And lastly, Fulton County officials announcing that they will process Trump at the local jail like any other criminal, including forcing him to take a mugshot and post bond, which, of course, that has now occurred. Jordan also raised concern about the timing of the investigation, noting that Willis wants the trial to begin during the heart of the primary season. This indictment appears to be an attempt to use state criminal law to regulate the conduct of federal officers acting in their official capacities, which raises supremacy clause concerns. He also noted that Congress has a vested interest in the welfare of former presidents and possesses the oversight power over federal funds distributed to local law enforcement agencies. Finally, Jordan told Willis that there are, quote, questions about whether and how your office coordinated with the Department of Justice Special Counsel Jack Smith during the course of this investigation. He has thus requested documents from Willis' office regarding their use of federal funds, documents or communications with the Department of Justice, including Special Counsel Jack Smith's office, and any documents and communications with any federal officials about her investigation. In a one-sentence statement, Fulton County District Attorney's Office spokesperson said, "We are declining to comment on that." Now, this was sent literally just hours before Trump turned himself in at the Fulton County Jail. Bond set at $200,000. Things very interesting out there. All right, back to your calls just ahead. Friday morning, what's going on? It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what else we got? Get some of the industry headlines on a Friday coming up here. First, we'll check in with 5-7. Happy Friday.
Hey, Friday to you too.
Yeah, that's right. Kind of a Thursday to you.
I work Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I work, yeah. I always try to get a Saturday run in. Okay, the issue. You and I were accused of tunnel vision yesterday, and I call it focused. You and I are focused. We know who represents us and who doesn't. And I'll challenge anybody. We know Paul Ryan was on the board with Fox, and that's what's happened to Fox, and how come it's in the toilet right now. And I speak from experience. Then you've got you got Romney, who's also involved in this mess. do you believe Romney could vote for anyone on that stage? Or do you believe Romney could not vote, Paul Ryan and Romney could not vote for anyone on them stage? No. They're the ones with the tunnel vision to get Trump, because Trump uncovered their filth and their corruption. So I'm with that. But there's something that's even, when they went after Trump's first lawyer, you know, I mean, the man sits there and talking to his lawyer, and the Democrats went after his first lawyer, turned that lawyer. Lord, his lawyer was actually secretly taping him. So, and let's get this straight. When I go to a lawyer and I say, I want to do it this way, my lawyer, and the reason why they call them counselors, that's where he has to say, no, sir, you can't do it. That's illegal. Because I know about the law. You don't. You want to do this. You can't do it that way. It's illegal. All right? So it's the lawyer's job. But listen, they couldn't get Trump on a private conversation with his lawyer. And this stuff all the way down to right now, where they're going after the lawyers defending Trump at this Fulton County stuff. This is really going to backfire. The other people that are tunnel vision is the Democrat Party and the Republican swamp. They're so tunnel visioned on getting Trump, they're electing him. Thank goodness. I mean, only less than half the people that seen the debates, 2015 or 11, only half of them even watched. I mean, they didn't have nothing. So you and I were not alone, that we decided the better thing was to get our rest than to put up with this mess. So, but listen, this affects us. This affects trucking. This affects our country and our freedom. But listen, if they can go after your lawyer who is defending you, then what happens down the road is you get a defense lawyer who wins your case for you. Well, then all of a sudden, you got the opportunity to sue the lawyer, or that people can sue the lawyer that got you off. This is opening up a box of worms they don't really want to get into. And the corruption, I mean, I can't believe that I haven't heard anything from the, defense lawyers associations or anybody, hollering about this. It's total silence. And the only thing I want, last night, first off, we're tunnel vision. We should have listened. We had a bunch of guys call in and say they listened, they watched debate, and you know what they had? Nothing. I mean, I want to hear them say this. If they want to get me to listen, when I get elected, I'm going after the DOJ. I'm going after the FBI and find out if they were coordinating with the White House for the cover-up. And there's your RICO laws being broken and evidence right there that they are corrupting those laws, and drag old Bill Barr in with them. So there you go. I want to hear them say that. I want to hear them say that any one of them, that they're going to work to get to the point where the American people will trust the FBI again. Yep. I tell you, if that guy knocks on your door, don't tell him nothing. Said, I respect you. I don't know you. I don't know nothing. But from your leadership, my Fifth Amendment, that's what they give me. Said, you want to use my house to, no, stay out of my house. Because I don't trust you. And they have to go by the trust of the American people. It's being corrupted. So, yeah, I hope there is a lot of FBI agents joining in Texas. And maybe when they get done and they swore in, they'll go up to D.C. and arrest the FBI director, Mayorkas, who, by the way, we're doing a great job. We've got, 7 million people come across the border. They hand them a piece of paper and say, show up later. No, that ain't the way it's done. And they've endangered our country. We've already talked about the plagues that are coming up with them, including leprosy. I mean, all this stuff is on an increase, and they're not protecting the American people. That stuff was not there to show hate to the people from South America. This stuff, and by the way, if you're Mexican, we are the next country to come in and ask for asylum. But if you're below Mexico, sorry, you go to Mexico and work it there. But we don't block these people out because we hate them, and we block them out because we love our fellow citizens and we love our country. So that was my rant, and absolutely enjoy the show, and we'll be listening.
All right, 5-7 right there. That's an appropriate place to break off because we hit the end of hour number 1. News break time here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Donald Trump surrendering to authorities in Georgia this evening after being indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss in the state. The former president being released on a $200,000 bond after getting a mugshot and fingerprinted. Correspondent Gabe Gutierrez says security was ramped up outside the Fulton County Jail.
Several dozen Trump supporters have been out here. Nothing unruly at this point, but local officials aren't taking any chances.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis is seeking to hold arraignments for all the defendants in the case the week following Labor Day. Cameras will be allowed in the courtroom for the arraignments, marking the first time one of Trump's criminal proceedings will be televised. Prosecutors in the case appear to be pushing for an October 23rd start date for the trial, but Trump's team is fighting that. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie claims that President Biden would be facing a weakened Donald Trump if the former president ends up being the GOP nominee. After last night's debate, Christie spoke on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show Thursday.
You think that Joe Biden and the Democrats are going to be afraid of Donald Trump, who very well could be convicted felon in 2 different matters before the fall election?
The Pentagon says Wagner Group leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was a passenger in a private plane crash.
Our initial assessment, based on a variety of factors, is that he was likely killed.
However, Brigadier General Pat Ryder said there's no evidence at this time the plane was taken down by a surface-to-air missile. The mercenary leader who led an aborted revolt against Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier this year died Wednesday. The U.S. Department of Justice is suing Elon Musk's space company. The DOJ accuses SpaceX of discriminating against refugees and asylum seekers when hiring employees. This is USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audien hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audien hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is surrendering to authorities in the Georgia election case. Legal reporter Ken Delanian says Meadows and Jeffrey Clark were booked Thursday on charges brought against them by local prosecutors for their alleged role in schemes to overturn the 2020 election results in the state.
Both have had bonds set for them at $100,000, and that came after a federal judge blocked separate requests by both men for an emergency stay to prevent their arrest in this case.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis is hoping to have the trial begin October 23rd. Governor Ron DeSantis plans to spend the next few days campaigning in Iowa after last night's first Republican presidential debate. While he told Fox and Friends this morning he was prepared to be attacked, Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried thinks there's a reason that he wasn't targeted.
Because no one's taking him seriously anymore. No one has his eyes on him being as a competition for this nomination.
She believes the reason DeSantis would not say that he would sign a national 6-week abortion ban is because he's unpopular. She feels Vivek Ramaswamy introduced himself and Nikki Haley looked strong. Dollar Tree says it's either going to lock certain products up or stop selling them altogether if people don't stop stealing them. The retailer had a terrible quarter that its management is chalking up to theft, in addition to higher prices for electric and gas. The company's CEO and CFO said on a call with Wall Street analysts that the theft issue is getting worse. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Plenty of room for you on a Friday. 844-844-3388. All right. Is that Hillbilly Tex on board? Yes, indeed. Hillbilly Tex here, pulling up my garden tuned and tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the big 75. Tennessee. All right, hope you're doing well there, Tex. Yeah, 5-7 mentioned the apparent lack of interest. Obviously, we're talking primarily Republicans would be, I presume, tuning into the Republican debate. First Republican primary debate. Only got about half of Donald Trump's first Republican debate appearance in 2015. According to the Nielsen Company, an estimated 12.8 million watched the first Republican primary debate. A little more than half the 24 million who watched Trump appear in his first presidential debate, August of 2015. The Trump effect was also seen in January of 2016. Republican candidates debated, and that was a debate that Trump also skipped and was viewed by about 12.5 million people. Hard to get numbers as far as how many tuned into the Trump interview with Tucker Carlson. Of course, that was only available on streaming, aka formerly Twitter, which is now X. And apparently, if you're scrolling through on your Facebook page, which I haven't come across the Tucker Trump on Facebook. I don't know if it's even allowed there. But according to social media platform X, by late Thursday afternoon, that had been scrolled past 236 million views. Now, again, if you're an individual scrolling through and you come across it a dozen different times, say, I don't know how long you have to watch it. If you just scroll past it, is that considered a view? 12 times you scroll through, and that's considered 12 views. So it's really hard to get a handle on how many true views it had. But meanwhile, on to the industry headlines. Let's jump over to the safety groups. Not pleased with legislation proposed trying to prevent speed limiters from being put on big trucks. The Trucking Alliance, as they go by, and several truck safety groups calling out efforts to prevent speed limiters from being required on commercial vehicles. Specifically, they're opposed to the DRIVE Act, which has been introduced in the House and Senate, which would prohibit the FMCSA from promulgating any rule or regulation mandating speed limiters on heavy-duty trucks. Josh Reachin of Oklahoma and the House side, H.R. 3039, that was introduced in May. On the Senate side, Steve Daines of Montana introduced Senate Bill 2761 in July. So now we have the Trucking Alliance, the Truck Safety Coalition, Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, Road Safe America, and the National Safety Council that all released statements in opposition to the DRIVE Act. The groups say this legislation would hinder the FMCSA from fulfilling its public safety mission to reduce crashes, injuries, and fatalities involving large trucks and buses, which is urgently needed as traffic fatalities remain unnecessarily high. All right, we know the background. Last year, the FMCSA issued the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, ultimately got, more than 15,000 comments. Of course, they are expected to unveil a formal proposal that includes a top speed sometime before the end of the year. Now, all these truck safety groups have been advocating to make your top speed 60 miles per hour, which would mean trucks would be forced to drive, in some cases, 25 miles per hour slower than the speed limit in some areas. Again, with more than 15,000 comments filed, and the majority of those were from truck drivers who opposed that mandate, as we very well know. That's the latest. They go into all the pros and the cons, the whole debate from the safety groups trying to cite numbers involving crashes and fatalities involving big trucks. But I won't bore you with all that. But there you go. Update there, just kind of anxiously awaiting. I mean, fall's just around the corner. The the FMCSA did kind of kick the can down the road a few months ago, said sometime late summer, early fall maybe, that they would come out with their official rulemaking. We'll just keep waiting and watching. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. So let's see, where are we going to start with this? The Department of Justice is going after Elon Musk for not hiring the illegals, and what was the rest of it they said in the news? Huh? Isn't there a thing out there called E-Verify that employers use as E-Verify?
E-Verify exists, and technically it's and employers are not allowed to hire people if they know they're not legally in the country or if they don't have a work permit.
Well, then how can the Department of Justice be going after Elon Musk and Starlink and all that for not hiring illegal aliens that have come across the border? And
Right.
Can I wait a minute?
Hello,
That's me
McFly.
banging my head on the window. I'm banging my head. McFly. Oh my. Anyway, so the other thing, what was it? Was it Dollar Tree? They said that might have to start locking up their products because they have too much walking out the door without being purchased at the register, point of sale. So, hey, I was going to say this because you talked about this a little bit before. Do you remember? I think it was a store back in the '80s called, I think it was Service Merchandise. Did you have Service Merchandise out there in Ohio?
Yes, we did. Yes, sure did.
And those stores, they had like a display area, and pretty much everything was a painted or decaled cardboard box that was on the shelf, and then there was a little number tag next to it, and you picked the little number tag up to it, and you went up to the little person behind the register, the customer service person there behind the counter, and you gave them the ticket. And then they went out in the back, and then they actually brought the actual product in a real box out.
Correct.
And then you purchased it from there. But they also had a catalog, and of course, you remember catalog, Steve? We had the Sears and Roebuck and the Montgomery Ward
Absolutely.
catalog. Now when your family got that catalog in the mail, and nobody was looking, what section did you open it up to?
When I was like 13 years old.
Yeah, that's the time. You checked out the 18-hour. You checked out the 18-hour play text.
Exactly. Yes.
That was our Playboy. I tell you what, buddy. So anyways, I think we ought to go back to the catalogs because we could have the true gender test. Because the ones that are looking at the 18-hour play text for one reason are one way, and the ones that are looking to purchase it because it might fit comfortably, they're the other way. But anyways, no. So I don't know. But anyways, do you think retail stores are going to go back to the service merchandise business model? I mean, you're going to go into a little area and say, this is what I want, and here's my ticket, and maybe it's going to be AI and computer, all come out on a conveyor system or something, but you're going to have to swipe your credit card before you're able to retrieve your box off the line when it comes through.
What did I share last evening? We shared the numbers. What was it? Was the retailer that said they're going to have $1.2 billion worth of theft is the expectation this year. Dick's Sporting Goods says, millions of dollars worth of theft. Yes, Target was the other. Okay.
Yep. So you're gonna go into that store, and you're not gonna go in. You're not gonna go into a regular retailer area. You're gonna go in, and you're gonna see little cardboard cutouts or little plastic lookalikes that aren't the actual thing. Or like when you go to your iPhone store, your Apple store, all the iPhones that are sitting on the counter, they aren't real. You just tell them, I want one of those that actually works, and well, you pay for it, and then they bring it out to you, and they say, well, here you are, have a good day. But what do you think retail is going to go to that, or you're going to lose more retail stores? You're going to lose all your brick and mortar stores. They're going to say buy it online. We'll have Oh, UPS can bring it now because they got their new contract. They're not going on strike. And guess what is going to happen to that free shipping? Yeah, your product's either going to cost more or you're not going to have free shipping because either way, there ain't no free lunch. But anyway, now I was just checking here. It looks like what I was looking at on my AccuWeather and the AccuWeather gods, looks like all my rain's supposed to stay up in Pennsylvania. So I'm actually contemplating getting my truck washed here at the Streak and Beacon. Do you think that's a good idea, or do you know anything different from me here in Maryland?
All I know is they said that maybe today some of those I-95 cities, including, yes, Baltimore and Washington, D.C., could see some stronger storms. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, my truck's going to be parked by daylight, so I think I'm going to take my chances and see if we can get the Streak and Beacon to do their bang up job on it there. But anyways, yeah, I just wanted to check there and see where you're at there when you were about 13 there, and you were going down to the mailbox to pick up the monkey wards. That's what my grandfather used to call it. It was monkey wards, not Montgomery. It was monkey wards.
Monkey wards.
And the Sears and Roebuck catalog there. And of course, boy, I tell you what, when you got the catalog that had the color pages in it, buddy, I tell you what, that was top of the line. That was some good looking in there. All right, we'll catch you later, Steve.
You got it. Have a great Friday. Have a good weekend. All that good stuff. I mean, yeah, the retail theft thing. The headline from this past day was we had the big smash and grab that they're saying it was, they estimated 50 people that ransacked a Nordstrom's in the mall there in California here about a week ago. Yet another such occurrence, I guess over the last day or two, a Nordstrom in Riverside ransacked by a band of 6 thieves who made off with thousands of dollars worth of designer handbags. This is Southern California is experiencing a wave of flash robberies. The group of thieves overwhelmed the store's employees and security before making off with as much merchandise as possible. This was in Canyon Springs Parkway. First hit on July the 10th. And again, just weeks later, a separate incident on August 14th. Surveillance footage from the first attack revealing the group of men and women entered the store making a beeline for the handbag and accessory section, violently snatching the bags from display shelves while others are seen ripping the purses from the security lock devices, loaded their arms with as much as they could carry before running out of the building and driving away from the scene. A month later, 2 men were seen on surveillance footage leaving the same store with a bag allegedly full of stolen merchandise. Walk out of the store calmly and without no resistance from security or staff. A matter of days later, a similar flash robbery taking place at the Macy's in downtown Los Angeles. A group of at least 5 ransacked the Macy's store at the Santa Anita Mall in Arcadia on Tuesday. Hooded thieves loading bottles of designer perfume, in this case, into trash bags. One employee could be heard shouting, "Oh my God, can someone call someone?" as the distressing scene unfolded. In the weeks prior, 3 women arrested for allegedly stealing about $30,000 worth of designer handbags from another store there in Glendale. I mean, these retailers cannot continue to allow this amount of merchandise to be stolen. I know oftentimes they say, well, they've got insurance, right? Well, the insurers, I mean, once you've how many claims can Nordstrom make before the insurers say, no, hell no? We know it's a bad investment because insurance companies are also in the business of making money. It is 844-844-3388. Clear on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, did a refresh on the radar here. Yeah, these strong storms. Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York. Yeah, things have pretty much cleared out of Michigan now, but we see a lot of development. Western Pennsylvania sweeping through the Pittsburgh area. Are these reaching severe limits? You've got pretty much northwest, now moving into north central Pennsylvania on down into east central Ohio and west central Pennsylvania. Severe thunderstorm warnings. And, the radar really filling in torrential rains. Now, this is the same line of storms that, of course, had pushed through lower Michigan earlier. I was seeing one of our listening friends said, heard that there was a confirmed tornado there in Michigan this past evening. Here's what I've got at this point. Suspected tornado, southern Michigan flipping several cars on the interstate Thursday night. As these powerful storms rumbled through, hundreds of thousands without power at this hour. Michigan State Police at one point said subjects were reportedly pinned in vehicles. Havoc on Interstate 96 near Weberville, Michigan. A large, extremely dangerous tornado was confirmed in the same area. That confirmed tornado hit near the city of Williamston and the town of Fowlerville, which kind of bookend Weberville at about 9:30 this past evening. According to the National Weather Service there in Detroit, damage reported in Ingham County, where officials were urging residents stay indoors as crews were working to clear down trees and power lines. More than 340,000 were without power, and it's up from there at this point. I got the latest numbers here. Of course, you had the severe thunderstorm watches till 1 a.m. Eastern time, which is now past. And again, the storms now rumbling through Ohio, Pennsylvania, and western New York. I mean, in some cases, winds gusting to 85 miles per hour large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and possible tornadoes. Now, that round, right on the heels of an earlier round of rainfall that wrapped up in southern Michigan and northern Ohio there Thursday morning, which brought 7.36 inches of rain to Belleville, Michigan, and nearly 8 inches of rain to Danbury, Ohio. But as far as the power outages right now, according to poweroutage.us, we're at 391,000 plus in Michigan, 226,000 plus without power in the state of Ohio. And those numbers, as these storms continue to rip through, are also going to be trending higher. There you go, updates. All right, as we roll toward news break, clear lines on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. A couple of nights ago, Scott brought up, of course, he's anticipating anxiously his cruise through the Panama Canal here in a few weeks. And he brought up the fact that there's kind of a proverbial traffic jam that's going on at the Panama Canal right now. Widespread headlines, Panama's drought, and the traffic jam of ships. It sounds rather ominous, but authorities at the Panama Canal Authority have called this year's water shortages kind of an unprecedented challenge. Media coverage on the canal is, you need more coverage, the rest of the story, as they say. And we can give you that. It's not really causing a lot of problems with the container ships. And we will explain coming up here. But on a Friday, news break time, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The effort to find the remains of wildfire victims in Maui is expanding to the harbor area. Dozens of people jumped into the ocean to flee the fast-moving flames on August 8th. Authorities believe multiple people died in the water, likely because of exhaustion and breathing in heavy smoke. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is surrendering to authorities in the Georgia election case. NBC's Ken Dilanian says Meadows and Jeffrey Clark today were booked on charges brought against them by local prosecutors for their alleged role in schemes to overturn the 2020 election results in the state.
Both have had bonds set for them at $100,000, and that came after a federal judge blocked separate requests by both men for an emergency stay to prevent their arrest in this case.
Former President Trump will be surrendering to authorities in Georgia this evening. Dave Collins, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it here on a Friday morning, and it is 844-844-3388. We see some additional storms kind of developing over northwest Ohio, redeveloping up right there from Toledo to Findlay, which are indeed producing more severe thunderstorm warnings. Definitely going to be slowing your travels there. All right. Back to the Panama Canal scenario, okay? Now, apparently, there's apparently all these so-called experts sending out emails and public relation pitches offering advice how the Panama Canal gridlock is impacting the global supply chain and how the canal jam is putting your cargo at risk. According to FreightWaves, the reality is the constraints have yet to affect American consumers. The data does not point to a crisis as of now, nor do comments from the shipping executives and analysts. Going forward, the inherent flexibility of the supply chain allows for alternatives should Panama's drought persist, they say. Now, the container ships are not seeing those incredible wait times. No evidence yet of the effect of the extended dry season, but the average number of daily ships transiting at a time when vessel queues were beginning to rise was actually higher than in July of last year and July of 2021. Now, apparently, the long lines are actually more of the, I guess, ships showing up to pass through the canal that do not have appointments. Yeah, I'd reckon it to, say, your doctor's office. They've got appointments, right, throughout the day, every 20, 30, whatever. If the intervals were booked for the day. So it's like you walking into the doctor's office, and they'll say, well, can't guarantee you, but you can have a seat in the waiting room, and if maybe someone doesn't show up, we can try to squeeze you in. You may or may not see the doctor that day, or if you don't have an appointment, even the next day or the next, right? As of Tuesday this week, the average wait time for all ships transiting from the Pacific to the Atlantic was 11 and a half days. Now, that was up like fivefold from June. August wait time from the Atlantic to Pacific side was 9.7 days, more than quadruple June's wait times. All the increase is driven by higher waiting times for general cargo ships, tankers, dry bulk carriers, and other petroleum gas carriers. Average wait time for container ships has pretty much been insignificant, less than a day. And these are the ships that pretty much all have scheduled appointment times. Of course, last Friday, the Wall Street Journal reported more than 200 vessels were waiting on either side of the canal based on the ship position data. But the ACP's numbers are different, considerably lower. The official data on vessels scheduled to transit the canal showed 119 vessels waiting as of Wednesday, including 45 with reservations and 74 without reservations. Under normal conditions, there's about 90 ships waiting, which means the current queue is only about 30% higher than normal. Yeah, not more than twice the normal levels, which some of the reports have shown. Canal delays due to lower water levels and other issues have been a pretty regular occurrence over the years. According to the latest Kepler data, current tanker queues are not abnormal, actually lower than the peak levels we saw back in the spring of last year. Current LPG carrier lines are also not historically high, lower than the peak levels we saw in late 2022. Dry bulk lines are the exception. The dry bulk queue has been unusually high this month. It hit 91 vessels in early August. The line has since been cut almost in half, down to 55 bulkers as of last Sunday. So pretty much back in line with the normal peak levels. Container ships continue to transit the canal with very little delay. Although draft restrictions are requiring vessels to load fewer boxes than they're capable of carrying. It's an effect because it means you can load less on the ships. It's not a huge deal. One carrier source tells Platts that no issues on the U.S. East Coast with Panama, no impact on schedules, no positive impact on freight rates at this point in time. So I think a lot of it may be just the media coverage, a lot of hype, trying to make a big deal out of nothing. But so there's the facts, as they say. It is 844-844-3388. What's happening, Eagle? What do you think of that, the mug shot around the world? He looks rather angry, does he not?
Yeah, Steve. I read something on my phone, looked at a video. You can clearly, some of these idiots like Douglas and Minister, they can't tell the difference, but they said that Donald Trump, when he was flying to Georgia, that they were rehearsing the type of photo. That you could clearly see that was done on purpose. He's trying to make a statement with that photo,
right?
By trying to look angry. That's Donald Trump's way of saying screw all you idiots in Georgia and all these losers that we're waiting for. That's Donald Trump rehearsed. They said that he rehearsed the face that he was going to make in this mug shot he took. That's, like I said, that's his way of telling those people to kiss his ass, and that's exactly what he should do. Like I said before, Steve, this is totally uncalled for. What's happening right now? The judge is trying to slam it. Now Fannie she took it to another level now, Steve. Now she had the nerve to say, you heard in the latest, she wants to have the trial October the 23rd. Have you heard that?
Right, correct. Yeah, I mean before Halloween. Yeah, I mean they're not going to have time to get the documents and that's way too quick. I mean, they've already said this.
Yeah, they taking it.
Remember the other night they said that there is currently a RICO trial in the process in the state of Georgia, and they said that there are 7 months into it, and they're still picking a jury for that. I mean, there ain't no way this is going to happen in October.
Yeah. I don't know what they're trying. I don't know what she's trying to accomplish by giving these outrageous dates. Because she has to know that there's no way possible to have a trial by October. I don't know why she's doing this. It doesn't make any sense for her to be making these outrageous dates. First it was January. I think the first time it was sometime in January she wanted to do something, and now she's changed it all the way to October. There's no way in hell that she's gonna get 18 people, 19 people, get this deal done before. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous what's going on, Steve. I never thought I would see this in America. They've taken it to a whole nother level now. This is bad, man. They don't even. Here's what's bad, Steve. This doesn't even happen they haven't even stooped to these levels in Russia and North Korea and China. They've never stooped to these levels, man. This is ridiculous what's going on. I never even thought we would be talking about something like this. And it's the sad part about it is that they claim that they got 4 or 5 other states that's lined up. You can see Donald Trump flying to other states around the U.S. They already talking about Arizona. I think they say they got something in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. 4 or 5 other states claim that so-called election interference. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's wasting a lot of people's time and money. At this point, it's just mainly to embarrass Trump. That's basically what it's all about, Steve. Because the prosecutor Fannie, she cannot. There is no way in her right mind that she could believe that they're going to have a trial by October the 23rd. Whether it's a RICO trial or whatever the hell you want to call it, they can't. They like you said before, they're still trying to get jurors for the other RICO cases they got going on in Georgia. There is no way they are going to find all these jurors in the next couple of weeks and get this trial underway. There's no way they can do all this. And so I don't know what. Like I say, maybe somebody can call in tonight and explain what she is trying to accomplish by giving an outrageous date of October the 23rd. I can't understand why she do that. But like I said, Donald Trump, they've totally embarrassed this man. They took it to a whole nother level now. They got a mug shot. They purposely showed these mug shots of all 18 of these individuals, Steve. There is really no reason for the world to see these photos, but they got them out there. You should have heard those people on CNN. They were saying, we're going to get these photos of Trump out immediately. As soon as they post them on the internet, right. We're going to have these things on television. It's sickening. It's sickening what's going on right now. I think what they're trying to do, Steve, is that they claim that Donald Trump is running out of money. I've seen something earlier today. They claim that he had to use a bail bondsman, which I don't know is true or not. They claim that he didn't have enough money to pay the $20,000 fee to get out of jail because it was $200,000, but you got to pay 10%. Now, there's one individual that's still in jail right now, Steve, one of his lawyers that is still in the Fulton County Jail. They claim that he didn't have enough money to post his bond. I can't remember what his name is. He's a black guy. but they said that he's in jail right now in Fulton County because he doesn't have no money to post his fee. And that's basically what they try to do, Steve. I think that they know that they can't get Trump in jail this quick, but I think what they're trying to do is break him, take all his cash, and hoping that he run out of money. And like I said, I don't know how much money Donald Trump got, what he got going on, but it's definitely costing him a lot of money to pay for these high-dollar lawyers. And they said that, I don't know if you heard another thing you probably heard about, is they said that one of his lawyers quit today. He switched up lawyers, some new guy he got. And this guy, they claim, that's what they saying on TV, that he quit because Donald Trump, he wasn't receiving no payment for Donald Trump. So I don't know if that's true or not, but they claim that this lawyer, whoever, I can't know what his name is, but they claim that he quit because he hasn't been receiving any money from Trump. And now he got another man representing him. So we'll find out about that in the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said before, Steve, Joe Biden, like I said, I asked you last week, and how can Joe Biden, he's not campaigning, he's not doing nothing to try to get ready for 2024. And I asked, how can they continue to say that him and Donald Trump are running neck and neck for the election? I can't see how Joe Biden is running with Trump, and when he's not even campaigning to be president. You know something that they said about Joe Biden, Steve? They said he's been in the White House for 3 years now, and I think they said that he's been on vacation over 360 days. He's been on vacation over a year. Out of the 3 years he's basically only worked 2 years, and he's been on vacation for over a year. If you add up all the days that he's taken off, it adds up to about 365 days, which is a full year. And that's a damn shame at the taxpayers' expense that this man is just getting a free ride and doing absolutely nothing. So, like I said, if people want to continue this going on for the next 4 years, then they can go ahead and vote for Joe Biden. But, at this point, Steve, a lot of people are saying now people don't want nothing to do with Donald Trump or Joe Biden at this point. They're tired of all the drama with Trump and the cases, and people are tired of Joe Biden not doing his job. And the economy is a total wreck. There's inflation, food, gas, everything is totally outpriced. It's ridiculous. You can't even eat a meal at the truck stop just for a regular hamburger and fries, Steve. You go get a damn Burger King, it costs you $15, $17 for a hamburger, a fry, and a drink at a truck stop. Now you spend damn near $20 just for a meal at the truck stop. It's ridiculous. The prices are it's scary how expensive stuff is nowadays. So, like I said, a lot of people at this point, they want a new face in the White House. And I'm almost to that point right now, Steve. I'm almost to that point right now where I'd rather just see both of them get out of the deal and just bring in a total new man and erase the whole deal and just get this country back on track, because it's obvious that nobody's going to come to an agreement about Trump or Biden. So it might be better just to start from scratch and just bring in another man for 24 and get this country back rolling again. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, Eagle, have a great Friday. Have a good weekend. If we don't talk again before, higher prices. Just this past day, New York Post shared that the Biden administration is pushing to increase food stamp benefits to the tune of $1 trillion. Because of a 15% rise in prices at the grocery store. The Department of Agriculture rolled out revised, nutritional standards for the SNAP program in 2021 that expanded the program by 27% on average from the pre-COVID levels. Overall spending on the program more than doubled between 2019 and 22, went from $4.5 billion in 19 to $11 billion in 2021. Big numbers. The study cited retail scanner data from the World Bank following the Great Recession of 2008 that found food prices go up 1% for each 12.5% hike per capita food stamp spending. Put another way, food prices increased by 1% for every 12.5% increase in food stamp spending. Price of margarine and eggs increased by more than 50% between December of 2019 and March of this year. The price of frozen vegetables up by 36%. The Foundation for Government Accountability says estimated Congress could claw back more than $193 billion in taxpayer funds if lawmakers repealed Biden's food stamp extension. I got to get a quick time out here, but yeah, prices up 50. Well, we all know. Anybody that's gone to the grocery, we all have to eat. You don't have nearly as much in your cart as you used to have for those prices.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
First I heard of it was as I was preparing for this evening's program. And I think this could be a pretty big deal. They say reports are emerging that a Chinese submarine has crashed near the disputed Taiwan Strait, sparking a major incident. As we all know, China has long threatened to make a move for Taiwan, which sees itself as an independent nation, despite not being officially recognized by the United Nations. And 2 days ago, Xi Jinping launched military drills in the area as a stern warning. Now, Chinese officials, they say, have yet to confirm the crash, nor have they confirmed the fate of the passengers aboard the submarine. However, reports claim that a Type 093 Shang-class People's Liberation Army nuclear-powered submarine suffered a major accident, killing everyone aboard the vessel. Ministry of National Defense in China said no crash had been detected in the Taiwan Strait, and the claims of an incident were unsubstantiated rumors. Now, this is the Ministry of Defense for China. Li Fang added that the MND was closely monitoring all maritime and aerial activities around the Taiwan Strait. Of course, this strip of water separating mainland China and the island of Taiwan is one of the planet's most contested areas. But, all right, you know, we don't typically get the truth from the Chinese media. They're very, very secretive about anything and everything, especially things military related. But yet, like I said, I'm thinking that could be a pretty significant deal if you lose a nuclear-powered submarine. All right. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin kind of broke his silence about the plane crash that took out Prigozhin. They now say that apparently there was a bomb hidden inside a wine crate on the plane that could have caused it to spiral out of control, crashing to the ground. That's what the Russian sources claim. Of course, the Russian mercenary, one of 10 killed when the private jet plunged 28,000 feet, smoke billowing from the fuselage before obliterating on impact. One of the crew members told her family that the flight was delayed for some mysterious, urgent, last-minute repairs, and the pilot had to wait to be given the go-ahead to leave. They were planting the device.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The effort to find the remains of wildfire victims in Maui is expanding to the harbor area. Dozens of people jumped into the ocean to flee the fast-moving flames on August 8th. Authorities believe multiple people died in the water, likely because of exhaustion and breathing in heavy smoke. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is surrendering to authorities in the Georgia election case. NBC's Ken Dilanian says Meadows and Jeffrey Clark today were booked on charges brought against them by local prosecutors in Georgia for their alleged role in schemes to overturn the 2020 election results in the state.
Both have had bonds set for them at $100,000, and that came after a federal judge blocked separate requests by both men for an emergency stay to prevent their arrest in this case.
Former President Trump will surrender to authorities in the Georgia election case this evening. Trump, in a post on Truth Social, said he plans to turn himself in to Fulton County Jail at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. He agreed earlier this week to a $200,000 bond, and the agreement explicitly bars him from using social media to target co-defendants or witnesses. One of Northern California's largest healthcare providers is reinstating its mask mandate again in one of its Bay Area hospitals. Deanna Kodiak has more.
All patients, staff, and visitors at Kaiser Permanente Santa Rosa Medical Center will have to wear a mask. The move is temporary and comes as the number of people testing positive for COVID-19 increases. SARS-CoV-2 virus levels found in wastewater samples in Santa Rosa more than doubled in 1 month. The levels put Santa Rosa in the moderate risk tier for community spread.
Stocks are down at the closing bell on Wall Street. This is despite better than expected earning results from chip maker NVIDIA. Meantime, investors will look ahead to comments from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who is set to speak tomorrow. This is USA News.
Airlines have just reduced their prices even more. Book 30 days in advance and save big.
Want the absolute lowest prices on your airline tickets? Then call the Low Cost Airlines Travel Hotline right now. For prices so low, we can't publish them anywhere. The only way to access our low rates and save up to 70% is to call. Save hundreds on your vacation tickets by calling right now.
You can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
802-341-4541. 802-341-4541. 802-341-4541. That's 802-341-4541.
Ukraine is marking its Independence Day today while at war with Russia. President Biden said in a statement that U.S. support for Ukraine is unwavering and enduring. Biden's comments come after entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis both said they would cut funding to Ukraine if elected president. Southern California officials confirmed that a retired Ventura Police Department sergeant was the gunman at an Orange County biker bar. John Snowling is believed to have been targeting his estranged wife in Wednesday night shooting at Cook's Corner in Tribeca Canyon. Snowling was killed in a shootout with Orange County Sheriff's deputies. New York State's Labor Department is launching a process to connect migrants with jobs. Natalie Migliore has more.
Governor Hochul says the latest effort will allow asylum seekers to immediately start working once they're granted legal work authorization.
New Yorkers from across the state, Democrats and Republicans, have asked me for help placing these migrants into jobs that have gone unfilled for too long.
Hochul says some migrants might have to relocate to other parts of the state to get work, but the primary goal is to alleviate overburdened shelters. It comes the same day the governor sent a letter to the Biden administration, formally requesting he take executive actions to alleviate the strain the crisis has put on New York.
Season 7 of Rick and Morty scheduled to return on October 15th. The new season will feature 10 new episodes. I'm Dave Collins. You're listening to USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
A four-wheel drive outlaw refused to follow the rule. For the heavy hauling semis, it came down to distance. They and 11 other Grand National divisions pursued National Tractor Pulling Championship rings in Pulltown, USA. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 56th edition of the incomparable National Tractor Pulling Championships is now recorded history after a weekend of spectacular northwestern Ohio weather after about 4 p.m. Thursday, and a massive crowd that grew more delirious with each of the nearly 650 southeasterly trips down the twin tracks of Bowling Green, Ohio's Wood County Fairgrounds. Among the innovations that have stood time's tests has been the Bowling Green Championship ring, awarded to each competing division as a reward for the best overall performance across 2 appearances. So we will provide our congratulations to our BG class winners and ring winners. In light superstock, the class winners were Terry Blackburn with Considered Armed and Dangerous and Rex Kuhn with Letter Buck. Kuhn captured the ring with his first that followed a session 1 second. In Superstock Diesel, Kent Payne went 1-2 in Session 2 with his own Super Rooster and Mike Beck's High Tech Redneck, then finished second to John Belfence's Chainbreaker to claim the ring. In Superstock Open, rookie Cody Chesick put together a second and first from Friday night to Saturday afternoon to easily haul in the hardware with Considered Armed and Dangerous HD. Friday's winner was Jeff Hodem's Fully Loaded. In Super Farm, Brooke Ferris Jr. and Absolutely Nuts repeated as ring winners with a first and a fifth on Friday and Saturday afternoons. The top prize on Saturday went to Matt Casey, and his $10,000 bonus check will allow his whoopee maker to manufacture a lot of additional fun. In Pro Stock, Brent Meyer's dream season continues. His injected funds was tops of 46 on Friday night and then took 8th as the sun was setting on Saturday to clinch the weekend title. The winner in the finale was Meyer's good friend Brandon Simon with Loud and Heavy. In two-wheel drive, it had been 20 years since Donnie Sullivan was last presented with a Bowling Green ring. The venerable pulling family's big stick dominated with a first and a second. Chase Richardson's full pull app won the two-wheeler's second showing. In four-wheel drive, it was a clash of the 2023 Titans, the Outlaw Chevrolet of Mark Mangan against the Rule No. 19 Dodge of Jake Zering. For Zering, a third and a first. For Mangan, a first and a second to clinch the hardware. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Kent Crowder and Scheid Diesel took a pair of seconds behind Shane Kellogg's Trump and Todd Dugan's Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray. Crowder's runner-ups made him the ring race's top earner. In Super Semi, it came down to a little more width than a 102 trailer. Brian Ellithorpe's first and third matched Spencer Rook's 2 seconds, so total distance broke the tie. And Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare had 8.7 feet on Rook's Hillbilly Deluxe. The other winner was Chris Wood's Class Act. In Modified Mini, the Bobcat Junior team was denied a third straight Saturday night victory, but Bart Vandersloot will still stow a ring on the plane back to the Netherlands after a second and third. Winners were Ken Veeney's Funny Little Farmo and Brian McDonald's Very Little Sanity, which took home an additional $10,000. In Light Modified, Les Corporal brought his championship season to a conclusion with a first, a third, and a ring on Corporal Punishment. R.J. Simon's Simon Says was the Friday winner. In Modified, a year after Tommy Owens bejeweled his third finger with Ramblin' Rose, son Dylan did the same with Thorn. The younger Owens was first and second en route. Jed Leichner's Dirtslinger got the Saturday trophy. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader's Emax has not had the championship follow-up season he'd hoped, but Saturday night will provide a sweet memory of the year nonetheless. Ader was second to Brad Benedict's Nonsense and Adam Bauer's Cross-Threaded on Thursday and Saturday nights. The Unlimiteds will crown their champ this Friday, August 25th, at the Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, Ohio. And regional action comes to Greenville, Ohio on Tuesday, Hudsonville, Michigan on Wednesday, and Weyauwega, Wisconsin on Saturday. NCPApool.com to learn more. Reporting for the NCPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those maybe just joining us on a Friday. On to Hawaii. Apparently, Maui County has now sued Hawaiian Electric Company this past day over the fires, saying the utility negligently failed to shut off power despite the exceptionally high winds and dry conditions. Witness accounts and video indicating sparks from power lines igniting fires as utility poles snapped in the winds. The death toll officially 115. Of course, an unknown number of others missing. Close to 1,000, maybe more. No comment immediately from Hawaiian Electric, but had the utility heeded the Weather Service warnings and de-energized their power lines during the predicted high winds, this destruction could have been avoided, says the lawsuit. Lawsuit said the utility had the duty to properly maintain and repair the electric transmission lines and other equipment, including utility poles associated with the transmission of electricity, and to keep vegetation properly trimmed and maintained so as to prevent contact with overhead power lines and other electrical equipment. The utility knew that high winds would topple power poles, knock down power lines, and ignite vegetation. Defendants also knew that if their overhead electric equipment ignited a fire, that it would indeed spread at a critically rapid rate. Well, hindsight is 20/20. The damage is done, but what's going on, Pappy?
115 still missing, huh, Steve? Or dead, pronounced dead.
Correct.
Steve, what's taking them so long?
I'm guessing
they don't want them numbers to come out. They don't want them numbers to come out on how many children are dead.
Can the cadaver dogs find, because we talked about that. Can those dogs actually sniff out? There's probably nothing but ash left, correct?
No. Steve, man, unfortunately, I've seen some burned up bodies.
Yeah.
And they don't totally turn to ash. Them dogs can find them.
Mm-hmm.
And they know the numbers, Steve. They just don't want to put it out. $1 trillion more in food stamps, huh?
Yeah. That's a lot of food stamps.
Don't let them fathers move in, Steve. Don't get married. We can't have that. Hey, I beg to differ with Eagle a little bit here. Saying that Biden did absolutely nothing. Steve, he managed to destroy this country. We're in a crisis here, man. And he did it while working part-time. And these jokers on stage last night, Steve, I didn't watch it. There was no need for me to watch that. Seen some clips of it, but man, I'm telling you, Steve, whether Trump's running out of money or not, I don't know. I doubt it. His attorney probably left because he doesn't want to get indicted. What a weaponized DOJ and the country will do, unfortunately. And, man, Steve, I'm really, really disappointed in law enforcement here. These people working for that county sheriff's office. I guess they're leftist, Steve. I don't know. I guess we got a lot of wokesters in the police force, which is a shame. I'm telling you right now, Steve, some of the training that we're receiving. And I know how it works. Federal government says, hey, we'll give these states grant money. And the states accept it. But here's some of your training curriculum that you are going to put out. That's how they play the game. Steve, you talk about the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter sold that to Panama for $1. The amount of American lives that were lost building that thing, I think it was like over 35,000, if I'm not mistaken. Just give it back. Just give it to them. And they tripled their fees to go through that canal the following day. And that's according to Donald Trump. He did an interview with Tucker and got, Steve, I don't know if this is right. I could have been mistaken. I don't know if you can do a little search and try to pull this up. 200 million views.
Yeah, I did touch on that earlier. If you're scrolling like on Facebook and you come across that I haven't come across it yet. I don't even know if it's on Facebook, but I guess on social media, if you're scrolling, you as an individual, if you've come across it 12 times, that's considered 12 views. So it's really hard to know how many have watched it.
Yeah, I get that. If you watch something twice, it'll
right
show that, but that's a crazy amount of views, man. Rumble had it on. You're not going to see it on Facebook. You're not going to see it on Screw TV.
And I was kind of figuring if it was going to be on Facebook, I would have seen it by now because it's probably been shared by tens of thousands of people, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's on Facebook, Steve.
Yeah.
You ain't going to find it there. Man, Steve, I was watching Trump when he arrived at Atlanta Airport to leave after he had his mugshot taken. Steve, you think Trump, anybody have a problem IDing this man? That's the purpose of a mugshot and fingerprint somebody. Government already has his fingerprint, Steve. Trump can't go nowhere. Back in the day when you arrested criminals, you had to take their mugshots, man. I don't think Trump can hide and not claim to be him. These people are something else, man. But when he arrived at the airport, I don't know, Steve, if you watch some clips, take a look at the faces on Secret Service. Steve, they had a look on their face that, and Tucker brought it up in his interview with him. They've tried to do everything possible. I don't know, man. Scary times, Steve.
I do know that I saw that Tucker ask Trump, "Do you think they're going to try to kill you?" They've done all that they've done to the fake Trump collusion charges, two fake impeachments, and now you've got all the indictments. Are you concerned that they'll actually try to assassinate you?
Steve, it's unfortunate, man, to actually sit here and say, I think we know the answer to that. That I don't even have to answer because I think everybody knows the answer.
Correct.
What? Hey, did you see all the aliases the big guy has?
I hadn't touched on that. I mean, I think about a week ago that had kind of surfaced that he was using several different aliases, and I guess they've requested any documents or emails that went to those alias names now in the Comer investigation.
Yeah, Steve, apparently the Hunter laptop, God love him, several emails in there, Steve, to several different aliases. That all came back to the big guy. And there was one in particular they hid in some government agency. They hid it. And would have never found it if it wouldn't have been for Hunter's laptop. I'm talking about it. Steve, I'm telling you, man, the stuff I'm hearing that is in that laptop that hasn't even come out yet is just crazy, unbelievable stuff. But man, it's a sad day in this country, Steve. I'll tell you, every election we say, man, this is the most important election of our time.
Right.
Look what these people have done in a matter of 3 years. Only 2 years, technically, according to Eagle, if he's been on vacation for 365 days. If we don't take our country back in 2024, I don't know if we're going to be able to, man. It's that simple. I think the country will continue to live, not has it been for the last 200 and something years. It's not going to be a free country anymore. So I can say, if I drop, I said this before in the show, see, if I drop dead tomorrow, man, I can't complain too bad. Got to grow up and live and raise a family in, the greatest country ever put on the face of this earth. And I think, Steve, this country is blessed by the hand of God. And hopefully, with his helping hand, that we'll get out of this mess. All right, my man.
Well, one other quick question as far as being a Navy guy. What have you heard the rumblings about a Chinese submarine? What would the implications be if there was indeed a nuclear-powered submarine incident and all on board are dead? What happens? Could there be an underwater disaster unfolding?
It's a possibility, Steve. Yeah, no, it's first I heard of it on when you mentioned it. First of all, if it's true. Second of all, where exactly did this happen? And third of all, what caused it? Steve, there's nuclear warheads on that submarine, and it's a nuclear-powered submarine. So there's going to be, if in fact,
undoubtedly China would deny any reports suggesting that there's because if other entities know that there's nuclear weapons down there, it's kind of like what was the science fiction movie where it was just about, was it The Abyss, where the nuclear sub had sank and all that, and concerns about foreign powers trying to go down there to get them.
Yeah, Steve, we'll know in the future. I mean, they're not just going to let that thing sit there. They're going to have to try to recover it. That's all there is to it. If I'm not mistaken, Russia lost a submarine. Maybe 5-7 might be more familiar with it. Steve, I've been out of the Navy since 1980, man. 81. But I'm going to say Russia lost a submarine. And there was some big concerns about the nuclear weapons on it. Danger could be, if it's a nuclear power submarine, Steve, if that nuclear reactor
right
melts down. Well, we don't have to say anything further. How long it would take for that to happen, I don't know. I got a buddy that served on a nuclear submarine. Works where I work. Maybe shout out to him and ask him, how long would it take a nuclear submarine? I mean, you could probably Google the daggone thing, Steve. It's probably not that daggone hard to find out.
Well, if you do,
man, keep your eyes on that.
If you do a quick search on it, apparently these reports have been circulating for 2 or 3 days. I guess I just came across it this evening, and the Daily Mail. I guess that's the London Daily Mail yesterday did have the headline that says Taiwan denies reports that a Chinese sub has crashed near the Taiwan Strait. Unconfirmed rumors that have been circulating online Reports on Tuesday said, as I mentioned, a Type 093 Shang-class submarine had a major accident, killing everyone aboard. Then the Taiwan military claimed that they don't have any evidence to indicate a submarine collision, and Beijing has not confirmed the incident. So a lot of rumors, but that's what you get. Where that maybe that first report emanated from, I'd be curious to know. I mean, we do know it was just days after China launched major military drills near Taiwan. Is kind of a warning against colluding with, quote, foreign elements. No official confirmation of the accident. We already shared the statement from the Chinese Ministry of Defense. So, all right, a couple minutes before we hit news break. Bottom of the hour coming up here. Well, India successfully landed their probe on the moon couple days ago, and some of the first images being taken from that probe's historic moon touchdown being published. The Indian Space Research Organization sharing the images on X, formerly Twitter, this past day. The first of 4 images taken by the horizontal velocity camera as it was nearing the surface of the moon. An additional image from the landing imager camera shared a little later kind of shows a glimpse of the landing site, including a portion of the spacecraft's landing leg and its shadow. Apparently, this lander's going to have a very limited lifespan there on the moon, because coming up here, they're going to have, what do they call it? Unlikely to remain operational for more than about 2 weeks, because they don't expect the vehicle's batteries to be able to make it through what they call the 2-week lunar night. So they're on the South Pole region of the moon, so there's no way to have any solar recharge the batteries kind of thing. It's pretty much in darkness, and what they've got is as long as the batteries last, and that is it. All right, get a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The effort to find the remains of wildfire victims in Maui is expanding to the harbor area. Dozens of people jumped into the ocean to flee the fast-moving flames on August 8th. Authorities believe multiple people died in the water, likely because of exhaustion and breathing in heavy smoke. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is surrendering to authorities in the Georgia election case. NBC's Ken Dilanian says Meadows and Jeffrey Clark today were booked on charges brought against them by local prosecutors for their alleged role in schemes to overturn the 2020 election results in the state.
Both have had bonds set for them at $100,000, and that came after a federal judge blocked separate requests by both men for an emergency stay to prevent their arrest in this case.
Former President Trump will be surrendering to authorities in Georgia this evening. Dave Collins, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. Hello, Shorty. He said, I'm just now making it to class. A little late this morning. I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina tonight. Where's the NASA jacket for the liftoff this morning? Well, there's not going to be a liftoff. They scrubbed the mission before the midnight hour. They didn't give a reason. At this point, I haven't seen the reason. I don't think weather was a concern, but either way, they scrubbed tonight. So the next launch is open window Saturday morning, like 3:27 a.m. We'll see if they shoot for that. But yeah, no launch this morning. Meanwhile, back to the calls. Hello, Bass Ackwards. What's happening?
Well, we crossed paths again for the last time across this fine state of, the hell you call this, Big Ed country. You with me there? With me? Yeah. Oh, you're accident between 165 and 164. There's a bridge there. One lane construction. I tell you what, I knew taking this last trip after giving my notice, it was going to be a trip from hell, and I know it was going to be my last trip. I should have stayed home. Everybody says, stay home, Bob, stay home. It's you know, you're going to be wanting to get home in a quick hurry, and everything's going to happen. It has. Second big backup, one down there in heat wave country. It was down there in Albuquerque. here in Oklahoma, and took so damn long to get the load. I had to jump here, jump there to get the load, and got to jump here and jump there to drop it off before I get to go straight back where I'm supposed to be going. I think they're trying to keep me out here. It ain't going to work. I'm going to go home this week. It'll be my last trip out here, and you get to go home and enjoy the weekend. And, well, I guess next time you hear from me, I'll be in an RV going somewhere, maybe to a hoodoo bar or maybe a damn naked beach or something. I'll keep you informed. How about that?
Okay, all right.
Just don't tell the wife, please.
Yeah.
China won't say nothing about that until it comes floating top of the water, and I guarantee our military knows where all their nuclear subs are, especially when it's that close to Taiwan, being it's so busy in that area right now. A lot of focus on that. Seen something on Facebook today. There's a lot of, they're asking about where all these kids go. The mayor don't want to ask questions. They're pushing the cameramen away. There's a lot of kids missing. They're saying this could go up to 2,000 people. Wow. A lot of kids were at home with their families, and it's a scary thing about what's going on over there. But there's a lot more that feeds into that. I got a link. I should send that to you. Trump's got the damn money to get out of jail. $20,000, nothing. I guarantee he's not going to leave one of these damn lawyers sitting in there that needs $20,000. So that's not the case when it comes to that. Well, I'm just all kinds of stuff this morning, Steve. I'm just laying it out there, ain't I? I must be a professor. Food stamps, let me tell you something about the food stamps. That would surprise me a bit. Want to add $1 trillion to the debt, all by design. I mean, that's what China wants old Joe to do. Keep adding to the debt. Keep adding to the debt. That's why all the illegals coming across the border, trying to inflict all the burden that he can inflict on this country before he leaves office. China wants us to fall to their knees, and our dollar is destroyed, and China becomes number one. He's got his marching orders, so, Steve, that doesn't surprise me a bit. Now, what else are I going to get to? Check on them 4-star generals, like I was telling you, Steve. I think there's like 44 of them. I might have heard that wrong, but that's interesting. But that's something else to ask you. I don't know if it's a small world enough or not, but my wife told me something the other day. She said, my friend keeps calling me, are we going on the trucking cruise? Are we going on the trucking cruise? I said, no, I thought it was this year, so that's too far out to plan. I found out it was next year, actually.
Right.
And I said, how in the hell would she know about Steve Summers? Well, she knew him from the other show, even up to now. I said, oh, was she a truck driver? Well, she was a truck driver. I said, now, how you know this lady? Well, I went to school with her. I know her. I didn't even know she was a truck driver until she told me a while back. I said, okay, then maybe she is familiar with Steve Summers. She said, well, her friend's supposed to be pretty decent friends with her sister, which is my wife's friend. She went to school with her sister. I said, well, how in the hell they make this on the cruise? Okay, I wonder she wants us to go on a cruise. Okay, what's her name? Anita. Do you know Anita? That's from Lebanon, Tennessee.
That would be Anita. That would be Double R's wife.
Okay, I guess my wife does know. What a small world this is, Steve.
That's our reliable carriers. That's Paul and Anita Ellis from Lebanon, Tennessee. That is correct.
Hell, I've never met him. But her sister went to school with my wife.
Okay.
And I think my wife might know her too. Yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm going to bring that up and this morning ask Steve he knows anything about that. Okay. Well,
when they say it's a small world, they're not kidding. Anita's actually a twin. Yeah, Anita and Juanita are twin sisters, and they have I can't remember the name of the third sister. I've only met her once, but indeed.
Okay. That's exactly what Patty told me. It's Anita and Juanita.
Yep.
I said, okay. I said, I'll be damned. All righty then. Interested go on the trip someday. But anyway, that might happen. But right now I'm on my last leg. I got to come through Oklahoma, and I'll make it to Memphis up here, and I normally don't have to stop there. My run comes from Alto, California, up here to Murfreesboro, which is in the Nashville area. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We're dropping hook up there, and the wife will get to be the last one to run this baby. I'm going to go home, and I guess I'll have me a beer or two to celebrate.
Sounds like a plan. Yes,
So-
indeed.
All right, Steve, it's been good. So you need to get Big Ed down here and straighten these people out in this construction down here. They got it all screwed up, and I'll call you one of these days at night when I'm in the damn garage working on my rat rod, getting ready to go to the Redneck Lumber, which is Lebanon, Tennessee.
All right. Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, maybe Big Ed's gonna be with us on that cruise. So you maybe I mean, yeah, it's October of next year. You got Big Ed's already booked. He's already paid in full.
Well, I'm hoping that somebody might kind of give up their spot kind of in the middle next year or something. I don't know if there's actually a line waiting. But still, we're going to still discuss this when we get home and see what else is available.
Sure.
From what Juanita told Patty, all the good deals are gone. So, but I don't know what's going on. I know there's someone on there taking care of it, and you put that information out there on your website. So I guess Juanita will probably hook up with Patty, give her the details on what actually is left, what's going on. So we're going to check into it anyway and see what the deal is.
Sure, you got plenty of time. I do know there's a lot of cabins booked. I mean, there's no cabins left on deck 10, which that's like the most popular. That's the Lido deck. If you got a cabin on that deck, you don't have to take the elevator or stairs to get to the buffet areas and to the pools and all. The Lido, the party deck. I think deck 6 was fully booked. Now I haven't talked to Stephanie in a while, but I mean there's still cabins available. But yeah, check into it. And undoubtedly this far out, there are going to be individuals that have for whatever the reason might be. People, they may lose a job and say, you know what, we're going to have to cancel. Yeah, you could have a health issue, heart attack, whatever it could be. People. Yeah, we had one that was already booked that actually had to cancel here, I think, last week. So, yeah, plenty of time. It's 844-844-3388. The anonymous hippopotamus.
All right, Steve, you want to know how bad it is driving 55 miles an hour on the Baltimore Beltway? I just got passed by a Prime Ink tanker. A tanker yanker for Prime Ink just walked right past me like I was sitting on jacks. And I'm doing 55 on the Baltimore Beltway. And, of course, the posted speed limit of the Baltimore Beltway is 55 miles an hour. How does that work? I remember a day when Prime Ink didn't even think about it. Prime Ink was an obstacle to me. They weren't running me off and running past. Oh, man. This is sad, Your Honor. It's a good thing I get paid what I do. My wife's like, you're stressing over this. I'm like, no, I'm just sitting back commenting because I do look at it the other way. I look at the direct deposit number and it's like, yep, I can sit right there at 55 miles an hour and let them all go by. But anyways, I had a casual thing here for you, quick, maybe the Scarecrow's listening to that. Can you do the sound effect for the Wayback Machine? Can you fire up the Wayback Machine and do that sound effect there at all, or can we just jump in, pretend we're in the Wayback Machine? Do you remember what was going on about 40 years ago? About 40 years ago, you remember where you were 40 years? Let's see. You said you're going to be 59, so that's would have made you like what, 19? Going on 19. Do you remember I believe it was in Kansas City, and I believe the New York Yankees might have been visiting Kansas City, or maybe it was the other way around. But there was this foul ball that was hit and caught, and the bat that hit the ball had this substance on it that kind of exceeded the 18-inch limit from the butt of the bat up to the barrel, and the home plate umpire, if you remember, number 1 from the New York Yankees, Billy Martin, went running out there and said, "Measure the bat, measure the bat, measure the bat." And the home plate umpire was laying the bat on home plate, and he laid it on one way, and he laid it on another way. I think he laid it on 3 or 4 different ways, diagonal, up, down, left, right.
Yeah.
And then he put his thumb in the air and said, "George Brett, you're out." And that ended the game, and George Brett came storming out of the dugout and was going to try to tear the umpire's head off. Do you remember the Pine Tar controversy from 40 years ago, Your Honor?
Quite honestly, I do not. I would have been 12 days married at that point in time, probably in a time frame where we were in transit from Georgia to Cincinnati or something like that, picking up my belongings to move them down to Georgia.
Okay. Well, to all the other baseball fans out there, it's been 40 years since that happened. I remember that like that was yesterday. I was watching that game. Of course, it was 2 teams that you didn't have much interest in, anyways. They were being on the American League side, and one of them wearing pinstripes there, right? But anyways, you're talking about Pete Rose there not being in the Hall of Fame. There's another great player out there that's actually was an Ohio native that's not in the Hall of Fame. He really didn't live too far away from the Hall of Fame, or well, I guess it's a football Hall of Fame. But anyways, do you know who I'm talking about? Because he did wear pinstripes. I don't know if you remember or not. But the captain from the Yankees, Thurman Munson, killed in a plane crash. And he's not in the Hall of Fame either, and it's really kind of sad, because if you look into his ability and what he did, and his contribution to the game of baseball is pretty amazing for being a catcher and what he was able to do, and his outstanding abilities. That's just I don't know. It's just, as you say, there's some players out there that really should be in the Hall of Fame that aren't. And I don't know. I guess there's not room for everybody, but maybe we could just build one more wing up there in Cooperstown. I don't know. Just saying. But anyway, I don't know. But yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there. And so did you Google up the Sears and Roebuck catalog yet? Remember what that looked like?
I don't have to Google it. I just remember how they were big as a phone book at one point in time.
Yeah, you betcha they were, and you certainly didn't want mom or dad mad at you and have them whip one of them at you. Man, you get whacked in the back of the head by the Sears and Roebuck catalog. That was like getting hit by the Yellow Pages. Remember the Yellow Pages, Your Honor?
I certainly do.
How do we live without this? How do we live without these things? Phone books. How do we know where anybody is without a phone book? I mean, we used to know right where everybody was because you had a phone book and knew how to get a hold of people. I don't know.
You're talking to me on your phone book.
I guess. Yeah, right. I am.
That's it.
I am.
That is your phone book. All right, Horse Feathers. Hey, we got to get a quick timeout. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. options. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, head back to the calls here on a Friday morning. See what Douglas has in store for us. Morning, Douglas. Hello, Douglas. We got you, or did you drop off? Yeah, Douglas must have given up. All right, well, let's head on over to Daryl. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning. Looks like you've had a busy week.
It has been pretty busy, but it's gone by pretty quick, though. It's been a fast week, Daryl.
You've had the debates, and you had the young lady. Was her name Lindy?
Mindy, yes.
Mindy. That gal was quite knowledgeable. How is the family, and how is our policeman Stryker doing?
All are doing well, and again, I guess Stryker's got one more week of the fun stuff, as my son calls it, the fun stuff, final week of training. And then I guess they'll be out there patrolling. He'll be patrolling the streets.
Just be thankful he wasn't in a car this week with all this heat.
Yes.
He would have been miserable. I heard you say you were married at 19. I have a 63-year-old son, so I was also a teenage father.
Technically, I think I was 18. I was just 2 months away from 19. My birthday's in October, so yeah, I was 18. She was 20. She was a cradle robber.
Yeah, I bought a house at 19 and lived in Arkansas, and you couldn't own a house till you were 21, and I had to have my minority released. And when you have your minority released, that means you are on your own. You're an adult.
Yeah.
And I got my driver's license at 14 living in Arkansas.
Really?
Had to answer 25 true and false questions. I'll let you go. I just wanted to let you know that I'd been listening all week, and I thought you were superb as a host.
Wow, thank you so much, Daryl. I always appreciate you chiming in. And you have a great weekend. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break. Top of the hour. What do we have here? 3 companies want the FMCSA to ease their requirement that driver training instructors have at least 2 years of experience. In July, there was the notice published in the Federal Register asking them to grant an exemption request to the training departments of Millis Transfer, Heartland Express, and Contract Freighters. They were asking the FMCSA to allow them to use instructors with only 1 year of experience driving a commercial vehicle. At which point they opened the request to a 30-day public comment period, which will be running for, it looks like 3 more days, to August the 28th. Now, as of August 22nd, 18 comments, like there's not a whole hell of a lot of interest here, right? 18 comments had been posted to the regulations website, and all 18 comments were actually opposed to the exemption request, though. Garrett Nunn says this exemption request needs to be denied. The mere thought that a driver with only 1 year experience has enough knowledge to safely train a new hire is beyond crazy, he said. Yeah, the current standard of 2 years is barely enough time for a driver to learn to be safe. Nathan Smith wrote, he still had a lot to learn after 2 years as a driver. Smith said, I think putting inexperienced drivers in the seat, training inexperienced drivers, is a bad idea. Now, we'll pick up there with the rest of the story following our news break. And again, Friday, quiet, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Donald Trump surrendering to authorities in Georgia this evening after being indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss in the state. The former president being released on a $200,000 bond after getting a mugshot and fingerprinted. Correspondent Gabe Gutierrez says security was ramped up outside the Fulton County Jail.
Several dozen Trump supporters have been out here. Nothing unruly at this point, but local officials aren't taking any chances.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis is seeking to hold arraignments for all the defendants in the case the week following Labor Day. Cameras will be allowed in the courtroom for the arraignments, marking the first time one of Trump's criminal proceedings will be televised. Prosecutors in the case appear to be pushing for an October 23rd start date for the trial, but Trump's team is fighting that. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie claims that President Biden would be facing a weakened Donald Trump if the former president ends up being the GOP nominee. After last night's debate, Christie spoke on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show Thursday.
You think that Joe Biden and the Democrats are going to be afraid of Donald Trump, who very well could be convicted felon in two different matters before the fall election?
The Pentagon says Wagner Group leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was a passenger in a private plane crash.
Our initial assessment, based on a variety of factors, is that he was likely killed.
However, Brigadier General Pat Ryder said there's no evidence at this time the plane was taken down by a surface-to-air missile. The mercenary leader who led an aborted revolt against Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier this year died Wednesday. The U.S. Department of Justice is suing Elon Musk's space company. The DOJ accuses SpaceX of discriminating against refugees and asylum seekers when hiring employees. This is USA News.
If you have asthma, pay close attention to this message. It can save you hundreds of dollars on your healthcare costs. Right now, you can make a free call and get generic asthma inhalers for less than $20 a piece. That's cheaper than most of your insurance copays. And if you call right now, you can buy 10 or more and save even more. Our Rescue Asthma Inhalers are a real generic version of the product that you already pay hundreds of dollars for. Save yourself money and call now to order. If you have asthma, now you can save hundreds of dollars with no prescription required for your inhalers. Call right now. Learn how to get your Rescue Asthma Inhalers shipped directly to your door for less than $20 each. Call the Prescription Savings Hotline now.
800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. That's 800-451-0380. Call now.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is surrendering to authorities in the Georgia election case. Legal reporter Ken Delanian says Meadows and Jeffrey Clark were booked Thursday on charges brought against them by local prosecutors for their alleged role in schemes to overturn the 2020 election results in the state.
Both have had bonds set for them at $100,000, and that came after a federal judge blocked separate requests by both men for an emergency stay to prevent their arrest in this case.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis is hoping to have the trial begin October 23rd. Governor Ron DeSantis plans to spend the next few days campaigning in Iowa after last night's first Republican presidential debate. While he told Fox and Friends this morning he was prepared to be attacked, Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried thinks there's a reason that he wasn't targeted.
Because no one's taking him seriously anymore. No one has his eyes on him being as a competition for this nomination.
She believes the reason DeSantis would not say that he would sign a national 6-week abortion ban is because he's unpopular. She feels Vivek Ramaswamy introduced himself and Nikki Haley looked strong. Dollar Tree says it's either going to lock certain products up or stop selling them altogether if people don't stop stealing them. The retailer had a terrible quarter that its management is chalking up to theft in addition to higher prices for electric and gas. The company's CEO and CFO said on a call with Wall Street analysts that the theft issue is getting worse. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Back at it here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Friday. Here we are, 25th of August. Real quick look back to the companies asking for the exemption to have drivers with 1 year experience training new drivers. We left off with Smith saying, driving a truck safely through all weather conditions and various scenarios that you'll ultimately find yourself in if you're on the road for years and years. That's what should be required for a trainer. As you gain experience driving a truck, you learn the basic mechanics of the truck, what to look for on your gauges, how to troubleshoot and recognize small issues before they become big issues. I know a 1 year driver will not be able to give extensive real-world scenarios to a 2 week driver. The companies ask for the exemption because the experience requirement impedes their ability to hire enough trainers to meet the demand, they say. Now, estimating a combined student enrollment of 500 to 700 this year. Those three companies said they'll have to turn away some prospective students if this exemption is denied. They currently employ 131 trainers who spend up to 90 days with a student before the student drives solo. The exemption, they say, would enable the companies to add up to 150 trainers to that current group. I guess, in other words, they've got 150 that would be interested in being a trainer, but they only have less than 2 years experience. Maybe just over a year of experience. All right, 844-3388. Back to the phones. What do you say, Hillbilly?
Hello, Steve. Serious note, about 30 miles south of Upper Sandusky, it's tornado warning on US 23. come across my phone and my GPS. I didn't see nothing, but it got really rainy and windy. I think I'm pretty much through the storm now. So everybody, if you're all traveling US 23, watch yourselves.
I know this line's still packing a punch. Got severe thunderstorm warnings rolling out of southern Pennsylvania up over toward, I think that's Gilligan's neck of the woods up there in northeast West Virginia toward Romney, West Virginia. Strong storm, more
Right.
strong storms now. Severe thunderstorm warnings just north of Columbus there. Another round.
Right. When I went, the storm I'm in the north of the Columbus there, I kind of like went into the western edge of it, what it looked like on my radar. So, like I said, drivers, be careful if you're all heading that way. Steve, I'm going to go back in time here, which we all remember Nitro, and he passed away in 2016.
Yeah.
And whatever happened to Chef Boyardee and Maverick? I haven't heard them that you changed over.
Yeah, Chef Boyardee. He was the guy in Atlanta, wasn't he, that worked at the Kroger, like in the fish department, I think. Have not heard from him.
I thought it was Memphis Kroger's he worked at.
It may have been.
It's one of them Kroger's, one or two, and Maverick lived down in Louisville. Like I said, I haven't heard either one of them call in since you switched over to.
Yeah, Maverick's called a couple times, but it's been, I mean, he was still out there. He was running a bus for a period of time. Now he's pretty much officially retired. I did not see him in Louisville at the truck show this year, but he was there. Him and Goodwrench came by in 2022, and we got to chat with him for a little bit.
God.
Yep, so.
Yeah, kind of a little back in time there. What you got planned for the weekend?
Well, it looks like today maybe the last good pool day is what the wife's thinking. She's, because we're going to start cooling off this weekend, and looks like probably right on cue the way the forecast is looking. It's going to be time to get the daggone pool cover out come Labor Day.
I gotcha. Throw back some skull busters and wade in the pool, right?
That's hey, works for me.
I was hoping to get home today, but my dispatcher forgot where I live and sent me to Michigan today. I'm actually heading north out of Columbus, so I'll be home tomorrow. But after that, I plan on just kind of relaxing, and daughter's birthday's Saturday, and celebrate it and relax for Sunday.
Mm-hmm. So you're headed north out of Columbus. I mean, have you? I mean, I'm looking right. I just refreshed on the radar, and I mean that's severe storms up there at Mansfield. Are you?
Well, I'm on US 23. US 23 comes out of Columbus, kind of heads toward Lima and Findlay areas. Like I said, I kind of pass on the western.
Okay, so that is the cell then that you pass to the west side, yeah, because it's pretty much like from Marion to Mansfield, right in there, where it's packing a punch.
It's a pretty serious storm. It's almost like going through being in a room with a strobe light with all the lightning. I mean, it's about the most intense lightning I've seen in a while. So, like I said, he had an episode of epilepsy. I'll probably throw you in a shock if you know what I'm saying. It's flashing so much. I didn't see no ground of sky to ground lightning, but it sure was flashing quite a bit. But alrighty, Steve, have a good day, and everybody be safe and have a great weekend.
Appreciate you checking in. Happy Friday, and have a good weekend whenever it does roll around, right? All right, heading down to Tennessee, where they had called a special session, bringing lawmakers back to address. The hope was to maybe come up with maybe some gun control regulations. They hit an impasse this past day, just a few weeks, or a few days rather, into that special session, which was called in due to the deadly school shooting back in March. Leaving little certainty about what they might ultimately pass, but it all but guarantees it ain't going to be anything significant when it comes to gun control changing there. After advancing a few bills this week, the Senate quickly adjourned Thursday without taking up any more proposal, promising to come back Monday. That announcement prompted booing and jeers from the gun control advocates that were in the galleries there. Meanwhile, the House is continuing to churn through a full slate of other proposals. The Senate has not promised to take any of those up, though. The Senate Speaker told reporters this past day that they'll consider any bills the House may amend, but held off on promising to making a compromise with the other chamber. We might be here for too long of a period of time, he says. We're waiting to see what happens in the House. The governor called lawmakers back into session, though, after the March shooting at the Covenant School there in Nashville, where 3 children and 3 adults were killed, hoping to maybe cobble together a coalition to pass his proposal to keep guns away from people who are judged to pose a threat to themselves or other, essentially what we pretty much call red flag law. Ultimately, no Republican would even sponsor the bill. The Democratic version of it was spiked this week, and they didn't even debate it. Beyond that, the governor has proposed some smaller changes, which the Senate has passed, that would incentivize people to use safe gun storage items, require an annual human trafficking report, things and etch the state into state law. Maybe some changes to background checks, already made by an order of the governor. And then looking to set aside more money for school resource officers and for bonuses and scholarships for behavioral professionals. All right. Yeah, so pretty much at an impasse there in the state of Tennessee. All right, back to the calls here. Who we got on board?
This is the Columbia Kid, first time caller.
Columbia Kid. All right. Well, how we doing, Columbia Kid?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's an extreme honor and privilege to be able to talk to you. I listen to your program just about every night, every morning, and I love listening to your callers, love listening to our callers that call in. I've got all the respect for these guys, and I listen every night, but I've been shy to call in. So if I get a little nervous, you'll have to please excuse that.
Not a problem.
I listen every night, and one of the reasons I listen is I get comfort, I get strength from listening to these truck drivers that are going out there every night, doing this hard job, going through all this stuff like yellow and all this stuff. But, the truckers don't quit. They don't stop. They don't give up. They go out and they try to keep going. I mean, you got drivers that have got moved on to other trucking companies and so forth and so on. Anyway, my wife came in tonight. I was doing some paperwork, and she said that Eagle called in, and that Eagle sounded absolutely defeated. And she said that a lot of the callers have been sounding really defeated. So I wanted to call if I could and just try to give back some of the strength and encouragement that they've given to me over the years from listening to you and them talk. And I want to remind them where they came from. We all got here to this wonderful country, courtesy of our parents and their ancestors before them. And we have to remember, we don't come from weak people. We come from strong people. The strong people are the ones that made it to America in the first place. Because unless you're Native American, you weren't here. You had to face a lot of adversity to get here. And our parents and our ancestors did this. And they did this so that we could live the lives that we're living today.
Mm-hmm.
So we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I don't want us to ever forget that. I don't want us to get down and depressed. And I know it's going to happen. I mean, we're all human. But when that happens, I want to be able to lift my brothers and sisters up and remind them, it wasn't easy getting here, and it's not going to be easy keeping here like we are now. But we're not weak people. We're warriors. We go out and we face adversity every single day. And, we always make it through it. We've always made it through it. When Jimmy Carter was president, it was like the end of the world. But look, we made it. Bill Clinton, Obama, all of these people came and went, and we're still here. And the American trucker, man, woman, we're still here.
Yes, sir.
We're not. Yes, sir. And we will survive creepy Joe Biden. And you know what? We love Donald Trump. But even if Donald Trump fails, we won't. We're still going to be here. Brother Rambler calls in, and he talks a lot about God, and I appreciate that. I'm a God-fearing man. And God promises that he's never going to leave us and that he'll lead us through all of these dark times that we're going through. And I believe that. And one of the things I want to make sure that my brothers and sisters out there don't give up. I mean, I know it looks bleak, and I know it, as the old saying goes, I know it's a cliche, but it gets the darkest before the dawn.
Mm-hmm.
There's a story about the guy that tried to swim the English Channel. And he got to swimming, and the water was cold, and the fog rolled in, and he quit. But the fog cleared out, and he was 20 feet from the shore. And see, that's the way we are now. We can't quit now. With the pressure's on, the devil's fighting us. We got all these people with all this negative stuff trying to tell us that right is wrong and black. We can't give up. This is the time that we were made for. This is our time. We have to stay positive and stay strong, and we have to finish this fight. And I just wanted to call in and encourage our truckers to, I know it's rough, but you got a lot of people that don't call in like me, who are sitting back here, and we're cheering for you every single day and night. We're praying for you every single day and night. We know the sacrifices you're making, and we know it's not easy. We know it's dangerous out there, believe me. And I just don't want y'all to give up. Y'all remember, you've got God behind you, and you've got all your brothers and sisters out here that are behind you every single day. And no matter how dark it might look, we're just 20 feet from the shore. We're gonna make it. We're gonna win this fight. Our ancestors didn't suffer for nothing. All the sacrifices that these giants that we stand on their shoulders have made will not be for nothing. We're gonna make it through all of this. We're gonna be okay. We just don't give up. Don't listen to all this propaganda you hear on the radio and the TV and magazines and everything else. That stuff's designed to defeat you. That stuff's designed to get you to give up. And I just wanted to call in. I don't know why, it's just on my heart tonight. Call in and tell them all that, hey, you're not alone. You're stronger than you think. Don't forget where you came from. And we will win. We're warriors. Warriors don't quit.
Well, Columbia Kid, I've just been sitting back listening to you because that is quite that's the inspiration. I would venture to say that if I could jump ahead of Pappy, you'd be offered up the big cookie this Friday morning.
Well, I sure appreciate that. It's an honor to be able to talk to you, and I really appreciate you having me on your show.
Well, I've got your number here for a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret products. If you've been listening for a while, obviously you're familiar with the products, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll use that $60 and probably then some.
Very good. Well, I thank you so much for calling. Don't be a stranger there. Columbia Kid, give us a call. There's so many out there like you that, listen on a regular basis, but that's what we needed, a little inspiration here on a casual Friday morning. Thank you, Columbia Kid. All right. Well, since we're on a positive note, real quick, let me take you over to to Brooklyn, New York, where apparently a local driver in New York City used his expertise and kindness to help out a fellow driver in a tricky situation. It was caught on video. He says, I'm a local NYC Landau driver. This poor guy in a sleeper got a bit lost in Brooklyn and couldn't make the turn. So I helped him out, he writes. In the video clip, the stuck truck driver actually lets a box truck go around him before the filming driver realizes what's happening, hops out of his rig to help guide the lost trucker. The New York City driver helps the lost trucker maneuver around an outdoor structure without damaging the structure or the truck, and soon the driver was able to complete the turn and get the heck out of there, which garnered some positive comments from others who had seen the video. Always look out for your brothers and sisters on the road. That was from the filming driver. And actually, you can see in the video, the filming driver that hopped out to assist actually helped him slide his tandems so he could make that turn. You're a good man for that, said another viewer. To which he said, yeah, that was like the first thing I asked him. I was like, dude, are your tandems forward? All right. So, yeah, he helped him out. That's when, positivity. And a thumbs up. About a minute before news break. All right. Looks like word comes down that the United States will begin flight training for Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets in October, according to the announcement from the Pentagon this past day. You know, when we see these things, it just this is pretty much confirming that this now well over a year-long drawn-out war in Ukraine it's going to go on and on. How long is this going to go, and how much more? How many more billions are we going to fork over there? But according to the announcement, the training will begin after the pilots receive English language training next month. According to the Pentagon spokesperson, the flight training will take place in Arizona. Several pilots and dozens of aircraft maintenance crew will be trained, according to Reuters. Denmark and the Netherlands on Sunday pledged to donate F-16s to Ukraine, fulfilling the long-standing wish by Ukraine that it said will help strengthen the air defenses and their counteroffensive against Russia's invasion. Norway's prime minister this past day said his country would also give F-16s to Ukraine. Not seeing any numbers, how many, but we'll get our news break here and back with more on a Friday morning.
USA News Update. The effort to find the remains of wildfire victims in Maui is expanding to the harbor area. Dozens of people jumped into the ocean to flee the fast-moving flames on August 8th. Authorities believe multiple people died in the water, likely because of exhaustion and breathing in heavy smoke. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is surrendering to authorities in the Georgia election case. NBC's Ken Dilanian says Meadows and Jeffrey Clark today were booked on charges brought against them by local prosecutors for their alleged role in schemes to overturn the 2020 election results in the state.
Both have had bonds set for them at $100,000, and that came after a federal judge blocked separate requests by both men for an emergency stay to prevent their arrest in this case.
Former President Trump will be surrendering to authorities in Georgia this evening. Dave Collins, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back in the saddle on a Friday morning. Hey, don't forget, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything sitting around with the gas in it. For an extended period of time, obviously, Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Well, good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Well, a whole lot. I don't know if you've had time to look at the 3 emails that I sent you or not there. 2 of them was about nuclear submarine crashes and recovery efforts. recovery efforts. And then the other one earlier today, when they were talking about all this stuff going on with Trump, back at the Civil War days, you had a representative from Ohio. His name was Blandingham, and they actually covered, the Supreme Court actually covered all this stuff that I can't. There's a song out called Short Fat Fanny a long time ago. It was recorded by Larry Willis, and every time I think of Pawnee Wilson and I think of her, I can't get that song out of my mind. But anyway, anyhow, all the cases that she's trying to bring, I don't know where the legal system in this country is, but all this stuff has been done before, and Trump, as the president, it was his executive responsibility to the Department of Homeland Security. If you recall, they were tasked with making sure that elections were secure. He had every right to investigate that because people were complaining. So what they're doing all this stuff for, I mean, I know that Barack Obama said he was going to fundamentally transform America, and I guess they're still intended to, but this has nothing to do with honest-to-goodness American jurisprudence. It's stuff that, well, they're dealing with it over in Nigeria right now. I think that one president, they got him in jail or something. And then also they're dealing with the same thing in Myanmar. A long time ago, Pinochet came to power in Chile after they assassinated Allende. And around the world, we were always kind of the beacon. And these people, the people that are doing all this, that trying to get back to Trump or trying to make sure the MAGA thing doesn't take effect, I don't believe they realize how much damaging they're doing to a lot of people that aren't even American citizens, but that are in other countries that don't feel like that they could look to America to defend them anymore. But anyway, that was what I was really wanting to point out. But the big thing you were talking about, the SNAP benefits, they debated that in the last farm bill, and it was held up over SNAP benefits. And in case people don't know it, the USDA budget is more about the SNAP benefits than it is about aiding farmers. And a long time ago, fought the battle with corporate farms. We said if a farm got so big, they should not get government help. Well, got shot down on that, got shot down on the SNAP benefits. But most of the USDA subsidies are not going to the old-time family farmers. And when you were talking about all this excess spending and everything on the food stamps or the SNAP benefits or EBT or all that, I just wanted to point that out. And the previous caller that was talking about we came from tough stock, well, something that most people don't realize, the first slaves to America were Irish. They were not black. And if they ran out of money or they owed somebody money over in old England, they would send them over here as involuntary indentured servants. Now, I don't know how you can separate slavery from involuntary indentured servitude, but they did. Now, some did come over voluntarily. And if you look at some of the pictures, the way they depicted Irish, they pictured them as, apes and one thing and another. So, but this 1619 project, they kind of forgot to say that the first slaves to America were Irish. There were black slaves that came along later. And I just, like I said, that when they came here, there were no EBT benefits or anything else like people are getting now. They had to be healthy. They had to be able to make their own living, or they had to go to work for somebody else. So our world has changed a whole bunch, and it was pretty far on its way to being fundamentally transformed even before Barack Obama came along. So I don't know exactly how they're trying to fundamentally transform it. And one more thing that I will say is, if you study Nazi Germany, you will find out that Hitler turned Germany around through the court system. And originally, he executed some people that he said were enemies of Germany, but really they were enemies of him. And the German people thought it was a good thing. And then after a while, the SS didn't worry with any court procedures. So that's kind of a fast run through. But I don't know if you've seen the articles there on the nuclear submarine crash or had time to read them. But anyway, this has happened before, and my personal opinion is I think that's Chinese disinformation to try to figure out how well we can monitor their subs, and they're trying to do something to shut down traffic through the Taiwan Strait.
Okay,
but that's just my
that kind of makes sense, because you never know how they're thinking, right? And yeah, I mean, monitor our capabilities to monitor them. And then, yeah, I mean, when the shish kebab hits the fan over there, it's all going to be the Taiwan Straits is going to be shut down.
Right. And that's, I don't want to get anybody in trouble or anything, but just by osmosis, that we have some pretty advanced capabilities now. And what the Scarecrow said is, his son was now squadron commander over there, there's things he can say and things he can't, but this is not really classified. They have what's called LIDAR, which is a look-down radar. It can actually look through jungle leaves and the ocean and everything else. So and they probably have far beyond that now. But anyway, that's just one thing. And I know when my son worked for L3 Communications on a Department of Homeland Security contract modifying the old Navy P-3 anti-sub things, that I asked him about that a month or so ago, and he said, well, nothing. He said, well, I don't know where those P-3s happened to because they decided they were going to use jets anyway. So, I mean, he's now back working for the commercial companies. But anyway, we have capabilities, I'm sure, that they don't want to know, and they're trying to make these submarines with stealth to where we can't track them, which is really kind of odd because, like the NATO submarines and all that, they try to, coordinate things so they don't bump into one another. And so, because the Thresher accident there, when you read about that, it got damaged during a test to see how much that it could stand, how much damage it could withstand. And I guess apparently they misjudged and it couldn't withstand that. And on its next cruise out, it crashed because the dome, it was like a sonar dome on the front of those. And it flooded the whole submarine.
Wow.
And everybody was lost. I think it was 64 or 65. Because I believe it was either my first or second year in college, and that was a big thing, what are they going to do with all that nuclear stuff on board? And I guess as long as it's sitting in the ocean water keeps it cooled down. But, who knows what would happen otherwise. But anyway.
All right, very good. Vic, thank you so much. Always good information. Yeah, he sent me several different links, submarine incidents. Like you said, things that have occurred before, right? And yes, indeed, 844-844-3388. Thank you, Pappy. He said, I concur. Big cookie on this last Friday night in August of 23 in the year of our Lord. Columbia Kid. And Linwood also said, shout out to Columbia Kid for the good word this morning. Little positivity. That's needed. And it is 844-844-3388. How about a little baloney? Knucklebuster, morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Thank God it's Friday. I'm going to be down in Mississippi and up to no good tonight, and I'll be singing Alan Jackson's Good Time there. So, first of all, I want to express my sincere condolences to the families of all the victims. This is always a tragedy, Vladimir Putin's quote. Oh, he was real sorry that plane went down, all them people crashed on there, Steve. And I'm just curious how the Pentagon knows that it wasn't taken down by a missile. You know, I didn't know that wine could be explosive like that, Steve. And so what they said, it was a wine bottle with a bomb on it.
Yeah, a wine box with an explosive device inside.
Oh, wine
apparently.
box.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the airport security doesn't know the difference between a wine box full of wine and a wine box with a bomb in it. Yeah, something fishy. I read on Fox News there that the biggest loser and the biggest winner on that debate last night was the winner was Nikki Haley and the loser was Vivek Ramaswamy. I think that's how you pronounce his name.
Ramaswamy.
And what? Ramaswamy. All right, there you go. Well, he stole one of his opening lines at Wednesday night's GOP primary debate straight from former President Barack Obama. Imagine that, Steve. He says, "Who's this skinny guy with a funny last name?" And that's exactly quote for quote what Obama said back in 2004 when he was running for Senate, which eventually he became president there. So I think that's pretty. Do you want Obama Part 2? No, well, we already got that. We'd have Obama Part 3 if we voted that guy in.
Right.
I know George Stephanopoulos, he got mad at old Nikki Haley for saying that Biden wouldn't finish his first term there. So he was, excuse me, how do you know that? Hell, I don't think he's going to finish the first term. That's just my judgment call there, my opinion there, right? Which that makes it the right one anyway. So I ain't impressed with George Stephanopoulos anyway. That
Right.
it's all about the money. I want to know what's the probability of the United States having a second civil war, Steve? Any clues on that?
That wouldn't be good.
I don't know either, so I'll have to Google that over the weekend, see what it is there. Well, this is the last Friday in August, so here goes. Hot August night, and the leaves hanging down, and the grass on the ground smelling sweet. Move up the road to the outside of town, and the sound of that good gospel beat. That's for Brother Rambler this morning. We'll get that Brother Loves Traveling Salvation show, see?
Thank you much,
That's
Knuckle
all, my
Buster.
brother.
That's all your baloney on a Friday. All right, thank you much.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, it may just be a casual Friday. Hello, Scarecrow.
Good morning, Stephen. Well, we are tripping down memory lane again, this time courtesy of Horse Feathers. Are you still there?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, my phone here just did something funky here that I couldn't identify with. But either way, yeah, Sears Roebuck and Company, Montgomery Wards, the very first edition of Sex Ed 101 when it comes to a young lad. Everything he spoke of, man, that rang a bell. And I'm guessing that just about every other senior type driver out there can probably identify with that. Also there, you know. But then along came J.C. Penney, and they had editions of undergarments that were far more leaning towards the sheer side of things, and that was an eye-opener. And but then there was the Christmas editions for all of them, you know, Sears and Wards and Pennies. Well, then there was gear that was kind of leaning towards the fatherly type of the group. You know, he was going to be shopping for Christmas gifts for Mama.
For a ho.
And then there was, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Boy, that was the start of big things to come. And he mentioned about 13 years old. Well, let me tell you, by that, he had, I think, probably seen it all. We, at 5th grade, our community was growing to the point where they couldn't build schools fast enough. So the 1 year, 5th grade, they opened up 3 one-room schoolhouses, rural schoolhouses. And we had the good fortunate of going to one of those. The best year, I think, of schooling that we ever experienced. But the guys, now you got to figure 5th grade, we'd have been about 11 years older, so 11 to 12. And we established our own Playboy Club. One of the classmates there, he had access to his brothers or his dad's Playboys there. And, well, the old schoolhouse had an old coal room downstairs. That became our clubhouse. Well, our club lasted about 3 days before the teacher caught on to where the heck are all the boys in this class, that they're not out on the playground or doing anything, except for the 2 that were up her hind end all the way up to their shoulders. But that's another story. But so the club met its demise at that time, Steve. But we give it a good effort and such. So moving on there, yeah, Vic is correct in the technology that is available. The Korean Crow, he has not fessed up about exact details about what they're capable of, but yeah, it's quite an array of technology that they can strap onto a plane, given whatever particular mission they're into at the time. I did send him a text here about a half hour back to see if there's anything he could relate to about that sub, but looking at the clock, he'd still be working anyway, so I doubt there's anything that he would be able to let on that we don't already know about, so we're kind of waiting on that. He did send me a message yesterday that kind of caught me off guard. I don't know if he was proud of it or what. Said he had completed his mission in his astronaut suit. And I reminded him, well, as a child, we would leave for a weekend, and he would not take pay a visit to the bathroom till we got home. He had this thing about doing his business out in a public area or
Right.
Away from the home facility. And I mean, once we got home on Sunday or whatever, everybody knew you left the path to that door open because he was gonna race to the house there. But so I reminded him, you got lots of experience of holding off on taking care of business their way. But I told him I'd run it up the flagpole tonight for the audience and whatnot. Say, gee, I'm such a proud father, Now, I'm probably going to run out of time, but I'll get started here, Steve. I mentioned last night how the overnight drive shirt of mine met its demise. I've been starting the campaigning for Inbred Redneck up in our neck of the woods here. A couple times on the news this last week, we've had a political science professor from La Crosse. He said, yeah, campaigning, you cannot start it too early in states like Wisconsin. So I'm doing my part. Well, I've done a couple local ones, and they're getting bigger and better. We've got a couple more major fall ones, and then the La Crosse Oktoberfest. That'll be a dandy. Now, all this, Steve, is leading up to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. And this is where Inbred Redneck is going to have to pick up the pace here, because that's a place with all them balloons and such way. You just know there's going to be families, lots of moms and their kids, and all that roping and whatnot of his way. It will certainly come into play there. Myself, I'll be kind of holding out for probably the Rose Bowl and Rose Parade, given that Wheelchair Dave is pretty confident that the Badgers are going to be all fired up, and so I'm thinking there'll probably be a Rose Bowl.
Right, and he's pushing, of course, for his Dogs to make it 3 in a row, but yeah, we got to pause.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Donald Trump surrendering to authorities in Georgia this evening, after being indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss in the state. The former president being released on a $200,000 bond after getting a mugshot and fingerprinted. Correspondent Gabe Gutierrez says security was ramped up outside the Fulton County Jail.
Several dozen Trump supporters have been out here. Nothing unruly at this point, but local officials aren't taking any chances.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis is seeking to hold arraignments for all the defendants in the case the week following Labor Day. Cameras will be allowed in the courtroom for the arraignments, marking the first time one of Trump's criminal proceedings will be televised. Prosecutors in the case appear to be pushing for an October 23rd start date for the trial, but Trump's team is fighting that. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie claims that President Biden would be facing a weakened Donald Trump if the former president ends up being the GOP nominee. After last night's debate, Christie spoke on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show Thursday.
You think that Joe Biden and the Democrats are going to be afraid of Donald Trump, who very well could be convicted felon in two different matters before the fall election?
The Pentagon says Wagner Group leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was a passenger in a private plane crash.
Our initial assessment, based on a variety of factors, is that he was likely killed.
However, Brigadier General Pat Ryder said there's no evidence at this time the plane was taken down by a surface-to-air missile. The mercenary leader, who led an aborted revolt against Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier this year, died Wednesday. The U.S. Department of Justice is suing Elon Musk's space company. The DOJ accuses SpaceX of discriminating against refugees and asylum seekers when hiring employees. This is USA News.
If you have asthma, pay close attention to this message. It can save you hundreds of dollars on your healthcare costs. Right now, you can make a free call and get generic asthma inhalers for less than $20 a piece. That's cheaper than most of your insurance copays. And if you call right now, you can buy 10 or more and save even more. Our Rescue Asthma Inhalers are a real generic version of the product that you already pay hundreds of dollars for. Save yourself money and call now to order. If you have asthma, now you can save hundreds of dollars with no prescription required for your inhalers. Call right now. Learn how to get your Rescue Asthma Inhalers shipped directly to your door for less than $20 each. Call the Prescription Savings Hotline now.
800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. That's 800-451-0380. Call now.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is surrendering to authorities in the Georgia election case. Legal reporter Ken Delanian says Meadows and Jeffrey Clark were booked Thursday on charges brought against them by local prosecutors for their alleged role in schemes to overturn the 2020 election results in the state.
Both have had bonds set for them at $100,000, and that came after a federal judge blocked separate requests by both men for an emergency stay to prevent their arrest in this case.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis is hoping to have the trial begin October 23rd. Governor Ron DeSantis plans to spend the next few days campaigning in Iowa after last night's first Republican presidential debate. While he told Fox and Friends this morning he was prepared to be attacked, Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried thinks there's a reason that he wasn't targeted.
Because no one's taking him seriously anymore. No one has his eyes on him being as a competition for this nomination.
She believes the reason DeSantis would not say that he would sign a national 6-week abortion ban is because he's unpopular. She feels Vivek Ramaswamy introduced himself and Nikki Haley looked strong. Dollar Tree says it's either going to lock certain products up or stop selling them altogether if people don't stop stealing them. The retailer had a terrible quarter that its management is chalking up to theft in addition to higher prices for electric and gas. The company's CEO and CFO said on a call with Wall Street analysts that the theft issue is getting worse. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Just like that. Wow. Here we go. Final hour on a Friday. As we get set to roll into the weekend. All right. Yeah, you were correct. We run out of time. Welcome back, Scarecrow.
Yeah, I must have missed the news piece the first time around or whatever. You know, Horsefeather brought up about the illegals, you know, having more rights when it comes to employment now than the rest of us. You know, it wasn't that many years back when the government was raiding businesses and, you know, for harboring and hiring illegals. And now it's going to be the other way around. They're going to get in trouble for not hiring them. Yeah, I guess I live behind the 8 ball. I just don't grasp what all this is about. But anyway, getting back to where we lost in my tracks here. Yeah, we will be making the appearance at the Rose Bowl and such, representing Inbred Redneck there. I kind of almost pounded on the fist the other night, Steve, when you were running down the list of those that were going to be, you know, in the debate. I'm thinking, redneck, inbred redneck. Come on, Steve.
Right,
well,
right.
Gee, I let it slip that I forgot that he's our write-in candidate, that he's not aligned with a political party. So, yeah, I stand corrected there, Steve. I apologize for berating you and such. Anyway, Steve, my last parade I participated in, I was forced to wear my Hot Shot Secret shirt. About a month, but no, this would have been the weekend prior to the July 4th. We were out camping, our usual site. It's private property. Acquaintance of ours, best friends, they got 80 acres, and there's a few others that join us. And we like it because we don't have to meet community standards and such. We can do what we want and say what we want when we want and such. But although the years have slowed us down a lot and maturity may be setting in too. But either way, Steve, I had my overnight drive T-shirt with me that night. And our camp hostess, she being the co-owner of the property, best friend, as Knucklebester would bring up about the bodacious type. Well, yes, she is the bodacious type. And I'm thinking about that T-shirt, Steve, and I went and got it out of the camper, and I talked her into trying it on. Well, yeah, she ran in their camper, came back out, and yep, it was doing everything that Knucklebuster could hope for there. The bodaciousness was standing proud and true. Well, given her robustness, Steve, she was starting to get short of breath. I mean, that shirt was probably a size or two too small to begin with, and I think she was going to start hyperventilating there. So as a dutiful Boy Scout type, I grabbed out of my pocket my 117 item handy dandy pocket knife and sorted through and found the little scissors part of it and turned it around. I started, butchering away at the back of that T-shirt, and up we went and finally got to the top of the neckband. And, well, freedom spoke for that moment, Steve. Man, oh man, the Bodacious sprang forth, and what a sight to behold. And, let me tell you, Crow, he was wishing he was a Holden himself there. But so, Steve, the shirt, there is no mending for that shirt. So that I'll have to give ordering another shirt out for my next hot shot order there. But
OvernightDriveRadio.com. There you go. OvernightDriveRadio.com.
That's all I've got for you now, Steve.
All right. On a casual Friday, you noticed a bit of casualness. All right. In this country, who would think you would be telling a high school student you've got to take your American flags down from your truck? That is the case in Virginia. A teen in Virginia has chosen to become homeschooled after high school officials demanded he remove 2 large American flags from his truck. You see this, and this is what we had seen throughout, especially for the supporters of Trump. Many would have a Trump flag on one side, American flag on the other, or just the American flags. Christopher Hartless believes he's exercising his First Amendment right by flying the flags on his property and has no intention of taking them down. My family fought for America. I feel like I should be able to represent the flags they fought for. Interviewed by the Fox affiliate there. Now, Christopher's stepmom said officials at Staunton River High School told him the flags mounted on the back of the truck are a distraction. The American flag in America is a distraction today. In a statement to local media, a school representative said the student parking contract explicitly bans all flags and banners on vehicles for safety reasons. He told ABC he refuses to take the flags down and he does not comprehend how they could be perceived as distracting, and I concur. I don't understand how it's distracting if they have one on a flagpole that every other student can see on the grounds of the school. And he said his mom has his back on this issue. I told my son, if this is what he's believing, then we're both going to stand behind him all the way. After his first warning, the school repeated that the patriotic display had to come down, which he again refused, and the school revoked his parking pass. Told local media that, I guess, mom said she didn't want to see her son riding the bus for unspecified reasons. As a result of the disagreement, the family decided to resort to homeschooling. If they're willing to change and let kids want to fly the American flag, then I'll put him back in school. But representatives from Bedford County Public Schools said the student parking contract was clear about flags. Displays are banned due to the potential to distract or obstruct the view of student drivers as they're navigating the parking lot, they say. These rules have been in place for over a decade, and they're put in place primarily for student safety, they say. Now, the school board officials noted the American flag does not violate the student code of conduct. Attire that has language or images that are offensive, profane, vulgar, discriminatory, or racially divisive. That would include the likes of Confederate flags, swastikas, KKK references, any images that might reasonably be considered harmful or intimidating to others. It does not include wearing clothing with American flag logos or prints on attire. They said, we proudly fly the American flag throughout the school. The Pledge of Allegiance is recited every morning. All right. This particular team, they say, the Virginia town, this town, Bedford, Virginia, has lost 19 of its men engaged that day. And this is going back to the D-Day. Lost 19 from that town, all members of Company A, 29th Infantry Division, possibly the largest per capita loss of any town in America on that day. An additional 4 soldiers from Bedford, Virginia, later died in World War II there. All right, who we got on board? I believe Bass Ackwards wanted to chime back in here. You got a take 2, yes.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back. I'll be brief as possible here. You mentioned, someone mentioned about Biden might not make it through his term. I've been saying this ever since he got in there. I mean, of course, I might be wrong, but I'm thinking he's going to get to the point that he's going to look like one of those Bernie guys. You remember the movie Bernie?
Sure.
How they had to prop him up. I think he's going to get to that damn point. The Democrats going to realize they're going to have to let go. They can't fake it for him no more, and they're going to have to make a move. Let me say this real quick. You mentioned something about the video that you've seen with Tucker Carlson and Trump. You think they might try to kill you. Of course, they've always thought of that. I'm sure that was always in the mix. But Trump mentioned something that I haven't heard in a while, and I never thought of it. You still with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He mentioned, I don't know if you caught that part, he said Mitch McConnell is one among those that's causing a lot of these problems in terms of running around and trying to come up with these charges. So Mitch McConnell is one of those bastards that should have retired many years ago. Another bureaucrat that's been in office too damn long, just like McCain before he passed on. I don't understand these people. They up there in the Congress and they look at one another each and every day. Wouldn't you think they get tired of that? Retired, go hit the beach, spend all that damn money they got, travel the country. It's like McCain. All the way to the end. Didn't go out and do none of that stuff that we would want to do, but dies living in the Senate. I don't understand these people. And the people that I know in Kentucky are pissed off at Mitch McConnell. They got a little slogan around, you probably heard it, Ditch Mitch. That's one rhino that needs to go in the Republican Party. I got to say this and I'll get off of here. That little truck fire, smoke going everywhere. Find the fire department. Got over his shoulder. Pushed my wife out of the way, pushed me out of the way. And got it put out and was really fortunate. Saved my 60 model Baldwin banjo. Saved my little stuffed puppy over there. We got lucky, Steve. I just want to let you know we got lucky, and I think so far, yeah, you know how it started, don't you? Well, there's been a big rainstorm back there. Lightning struck, hit my damn smokestack back there. Run up under the truck, believe it or not. Right into the damn microwave. Went to smoking and stuff. So I just want to know if it worked for Biden, it should work for me. Have a good one, Steve.
Bass Ackwards, all right. Thank you for that one more time on a Friday, correct? Look at it, 19 past the hour. We'll be back in too.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, see what Philip has on his mind here on a Friday morning. I could have given you advance notice. They canceled that launch even before the midnight hours, so they didn't give I didn't see a reason at the time, but I guess.
I know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I was, I'm sorry. I was in bed sleeping when, I went to bed, everything was going. And they canceled her. I woke up at probably about 20 after 3. About an hour ago, I woke up. I'm on my way to work right now, but I was kind of intending to watch it and everything, and I put it on there, and I looked at the, just Googled, and they said that they had canceled it. What did you hear, Steve?
Like I said, before the midnight hour, I was tuning in because the live coverage was supposed to start like 11:45 on YouTube, and kind of go through the whole countdown through the night. It didn't specify a reason. They just said they scrubbed the launch, and right now it looks like tentatively 3:27 for Saturday morning, 3:27 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw a 24-hour turnaround, basically, is what they were looking at. I do know that SpaceX, I found this out last night before I went to bed, the launch control building has been at Cape Canaveral, that every astronaut that's went into space, this launch control building has been beside the VAB for years, and they've used it for years and years and years. And SpaceX just transferred the launch control building over to their facility at the Cape now. So they're not using the same launch control building. Did you hear anything about that one, Steve?
That was also, yes, in the story. So I guess the SpaceX crew, the SpaceX, I guess, computer team, I guess, and the NASA team are all going to be in the same room together now.
Yeah, before it was the launch control, the NASA side of it was in that building there, right beside the VAB, and then SpaceX has their own building right there. Well, they moved everybody over to SpaceX now, and SpaceX's building is actually closer than the VAB, supposedly. So 6 1 half dozen the other. I know they're standing down for a good reason. They want to make sure that everything's right.
Yeah.
Because, folks, tomorrow you need to get that off the ground, because we got some other stuff going to happen next week that we don't want that rocket sitting out there on. You hear about what's going to happen, Steve?
What are you talking, like tropical weather, or what's coming on?
Well, if you look at the National Hurricane Society right now, and I've mentioned this over the last few days, I mentioned it the other day when Mindy was on, there's a system that's coming up off of the Central America, and they're talking about a 60 to a 70% formation chance, and it's going to be hanging out by the Yucatan for a couple of days, and then it's coming up over us. And I know today is going to start people getting crazy around here where I'm at. I know they're probably going to go out and buy mass quantities of water and food and whatnot, but yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on it. I don't know if you've seen anything.
I'm trying to scour now. I didn't really have anything via, like, I did my typical AccuWeather search this morning. I mean, I knew Franklin was still out there, but no, I haven't seen anything on that.
Yeah, if you go to the National Hurricane Center, you go to their website, and they'll show the tropical outlook, and they'll show where all the storms are. And down on the side of the by where the Gulf is, you'll see a big, like, hatch mark circle, and it's like encompasses the whole west side of Florida, basically all the way up to Alabama.
So is that the one? They had one on the Pacific side that was maybe going to cross through Central America. Is that the one that's going to come back out over the Gulf, or?
Yeah, that's the one. They basically the way they set it up, the way it's set up is on it. That piece of energy was on the Pacific side. It come across the Central America,
like
down
Nicaragua,
there,
Guatemala,
yeah, down there, and it come off. Yeah, and that's, I talked about it the other morning with Mindy. I talked about it actually a day before that. I talked about it. They've been looking at it for about a week, and the models have been trending it. It's been trending like crazy, and they haven't got anything on it yet as far as the spaghetti models, because it's not a storm yet. It's just basically the computers are saying it's going to happen.
Yeah, okay.
But we've got to see how people are paying attention to it. I do know that I tried to get on Mike's weather page this morning, and I know he's supposed to be going over to Starlink sometime or another to for his internet service, but his page was down this morning, so I don't know if people were like looking at it and shut it down, because I know we had a lot of people looking at it last night. But we just got to sit back and watch and see what happens. But if we're going to get in stupid mode, though, because everybody's going to go out and buy mass quantities of food and fuel, and it's going to drive our gas prices up, and it's just going to get nuts. So it always is with a hurricane like this, if it comes into a hurricane. It's looking a lot like Michael. Do you remember that storm, Steve?
Oh, yeah, right.
Because they think it's going to, it could possibly, if it sits over the Yucatan for a long period of time, for a couple of days, and gets going good, and then gets up into the Gulf, that thing could turn into another Ian or a Michael. Michael is the worst case scenario because it's a 5, and we don't want that coming over as our, I don't want that on anybody. But, just got to sit back and wait and see how things are going. So I know you're up on the hour now, so I'll catch you later, bud.
All right, yeah. Thanks for checking in here on a Friday morning. I mean, I'm looking at USA Today. The latest they had on it said there's no threat to Florida over the next 3 to 5 days, according to the Florida Division of Emergency Management. So they're kind of looking, like into next week as we're headed toward Labor Day weekend. I can't help but wonder how many people, take Labor Day, the 3-day weekend, last gas, blast for summertime, may have Florida travel plans, something to keep an eye on.
USA News Update. New York State's trying to streamline its employment process for asylum seekers in the absence of federal action.
New York Labor Commissioner Roberta Reardon says the state will connect migrants with employers so they can immediately take a job once they're authorized.
Some workers may be offered jobs before they get there working papers, but they will not be allowed to go to work until their authorizations arrive.
Migrants may have to move to other parts of the state once they find work. Emergency Commissioner Jackie Bray says the goal is to alleviate overburdened shelters.
We're going to do everything we can to increase resettlement and to increase ways to independent living rather than resheltering.
I'm Natalie Migliori, New York.
Subway is officially being acquired by a private equity firm. The restaurant chain made that announcement Thursday. They're selling the business to Rourke Capital Group. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here's what I got, USA Today. Philip, as far as the tropics. A tropical disturbance expected to move into the Caribbean could pose a threat to Florida as the Labor Day weekend approaches. That's one of several systems being tracked by the Hurricane Center. They're giving this system a medium chance of tropical cyclone development over the next 7 days. Forecasters predict it could be a tropical depression as it moves north into the eastern Gulf of Mexico, or could become, that would be. No threat to Florida over the next 3 to 5 days. The most reliable models are showing consistent signs for something to evolve, though, and push into the northwest Caribbean this weekend, then possibly the Gulf next week. Next named storm of the 23 Atlantic season will be Idalia, Idalia, Idalia. All right, a broad low pressure centered over the central Atlantic is forecast to move into the northwest Caribbean by this weekend. There's some gradual development of that system possible thereafter into early next week. Tropical depression could form while it moves slowly northward, entering the eastern Gulf of Mexico. All right, formation chance through the next 48 hours. This was like as of 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. It was like 10% there. Formation chance through the next 7 days is at 60%. Yes, several National Weather Service offices around the state have tweeted about the system, warning it bears watching, even way too early to speculate what, if any, impacts it might have on Florida. Continue to monitor a system that has the potential for development early next week in the eastern Gulf. Yes, uncertainty exists, so do not focus on individual model runs. We will provide updates as they come, said the National Weather Service office there in Tallahassee. Yeah, there is room for a disturbance to move northward from the western Caribbean into the eastern Gulf during the end of August to the start of September. We've got that extremely warm water, temperatures in the 80s to near 90, with low wind shear that could foster organization and strengthening was the word from AccuWeather. So right now, they pretty much just say residents from the eastern Gulf to the southern Atlantic coast, including Florida, you may have to deal with some tropical disturbance or maybe a more robust system close to the extended Labor Day weekend. It is important to note this potential area has not started developing just yet. Confidence is usually not high in tropical models tracking a system that does not yet exist. So expect a lot of uncertainty continue until the signals turn into an actual system. Okay. So obviously that's something, come next week as folks are making plans maybe to head to the beaches along the Gulf Coast or the Florida coast. There may be some changes needing to be made. Of course, we'll stay on top of it. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah. Morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Did I hear Scarecrow correctly that he is so old that he went to school in a one-room schoolhouse? Man, I've got to be getting up there. How's he driving a truck as old as he is if he went to a one-room schoolhouse? Only people I knew if it went to a one-room schoolhouse was like my grandparents.
I don't know that they even had I don't think they had a 2-hole privy. I think they just had the 1-hole privy out there.
Yeah, let alone a high-class 3-hole privy. Man,
all right.
He was living back in the Stone Age, Hey, Horse Feathers brought up the George Brett pine tar incident. That was one of them moments in baseball that I thought was absolutely hilarious. You may want to look that one up, Steve, especially when Billy Martin was telling the umpire about it, and the umpire's looking up in the rule book, and Billy Martin reaches over his shoulder and starts turning the pages in the rule book to point out where that's at in the rule book. There wasn't a man or person on earth that night that George Brett, when that umpire called him out. It ended up as such a
Gilligan, did we lose you there? Yeah, it's kind of like, I think he disappeared. You're going to like flipping a light switch. All right, I was flipping over to the email bag here. Hello to Philip. Yeah, Truck and Phil, that would be. Semper Fi. Happy Friday, coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and of course, the great product of Staybill. Things a bit milder, 87 in Fort Wayne, today 79 for Sterling Heights, as we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back. Ready for the weekend and the week to come. Everybody be safe out there because GM is going to be shut down next week. I'll be back after that, so have a good Labor Day when that time arrives. Oh, and only 122 days till Christmas. Truck and Phil, and he sends me the link from the out of Fort Wayne. Officials with General Motors say supply chain issues will lead the company to shut down its Fort Wayne assembly plant next week. Our partners with WPTA TV in Fort Wayne confirmed that assembly production will pause the week of August 28 and resume on September 5 after Labor Day. GM spokesperson said the stoppage comes in response to a temporary part shortage. Now, it's not unfamiliar to the Fort Wayne plant. GM halted production several times. In 2020 and 21, the COVID pandemic and the semiconductor shortage. Of course, in June, GM announced a $632 investment in Fort Wayne plant to support the production of next-generation internal combustion engine full-size light-duty trucks. GM's Fort Wayne assembly in the town of Roanoke, about 16 miles southwest of Fort Wayne, producing the Chevy Silverado and the GMC Sierra full-size pickup trucks. So this pause comes as 146,000 members of the United Auto Workers are expected to vote Wednesday on a proposed strike action. The Associated Press previously reported talks have moved slowly between the local UAW 2209 and automakers General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis as the union seeks to address wages and economic issues. Union contract expires 11:59 p.m. September 14. Voting on the strike action opened early Wednesday morning is expected to be concluded by Thursday morning. So I don't know, is that next week or did that wrap up yesterday? Get kind of discombobulated there. Brother Rambler, what's going on? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. Praise God, man. And I tell you what was that fella's name? Columbus, the Columbus Kid.
Columbia Kid. Yes.
Man, Columbia Kid, that was a good inspiration. That really picked me up, man. And I tell you, listening to him, I got the lyrics to this song. One of my favorites. Some of y'all might remember Charles Johnson and the Revivers. It was a song called Until Then. I'll post a YouTube video on your fan page. But there are some lyrics here, Steve. I want to read this to you. It says, "Oh, but God is going to raise him up a nation who will delight in him and do his perfect will. My friend, I feel time is drawing near when we shall see our Savior as he is." Then it goes to the hook. "But until then, I'll lift the name of Jesus. And until then, I'll lead his lost sheep to the fold. Praise God. I'll tell the world that Jesus lives, he still saves, and he still heals. And you can still find God's children." I love this part. "And you can still find sweet refuge in his soul." And Steve, and those lyrics, two of my favorite words are in those lyrics. You know what those words are?
It is this word here. You can find it in Ephesians chapter 2 and verse number 4. But God. Praise God, man. But God. It says, who is rich in mercy for his great love wherewith he loved us. Even when we were dead in sins, hath quickened us together with Christ. And in parentheses, it says this, Steve, by grace ye are saved. Oh, man, I just gets me excited. Then I go down here to verse number 8. It says, for by grace are ye saved through faith, and not of yourselves. It is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man shall boast. You know, I see this stuff going on. I see everything happening, and you know what? The Columbus Kid is right. We've seen it, inflation before during Carter. Reagan come along, went down. You know, it's been an up and down process my 47 years. And I tell you what, I got to quote old King David in the book of Psalms. David said, he said, I was young, but now I'm old. But yet have I seen God's children begging for bread. You know what? There may come lean times where you may not have enough in your pantry, but you still got something there. There may be times, God's children, you may not have a whole lot in your refrigerator, but you still got something there. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you keep your faith in Christ, if you keep your faith in the one who died on Calvary's cross and rose from the dead 3 days later, who's sitting on the right hand of God right now, making intercession for you and me, and if you can find sweet refuge in the blood of Christ, then you've got something. And like I said, he delights in us if we'll delight in him. Steve, I get excited because I see everything going on, and guess what? I've read Revelations 19. I read Revelations chapter 20. I read Isaiah 14. And old devil, it don't end well for you. And not only does it not end well for you, it does not end well for the spirit of Antichrist, false prophet, angels, the fallen angels, his demons, and it does not end well for anybody who does not have Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. And I'm going to tell you, Steve, people better start waking up, because look, the Word of God says in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 52, in the moment, in the twinkling of the blink of an eye, when the last trump of God shall sound, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. You know, you'll never find rapture in the Bible, but you will find resurrection. Now, there is a great resurrection that's about to happen, and you better just keep your eyes, God's children, keep your eyes to the eastern sky, because he'll be coming out of the east. And I tell you, Columbus Kid, thank you for the shout-out. I love you, my man. Keep on calling and help me, man. Help me, and let's work, and let's spread the inspiration, and let's help lift all our drivers up. And Knuckle Buster, thank you for the shout-out also. Man, I tell you, I love you, brother. You are a funny individual. Before I get off here, I do want to acknowledge, I know we got some wrestling fans out there. I'm a wrestling fan, don't really follow too much of the new product, but do want to acknowledge, man, God, the wrestling world, we lost another huge name tonight. You probably have seen the story. We lost 36-year-old Bray Wyatt, also known as Wyndham Rotunda. He was out on medical leave for a heart condition, and the story that I read is that, according to what his father, Erwin R. Shyster, Mike Rotunda, said, that he was rehabbing his ailment, was going to make a return to the ring.
Wow!
And he caught COVID. That's going around, and when he caught COVID, he did get sick, but it was like he said, it was like having the flu, but with added stress on his heart, it made him have a massive heart attack, and it died instantly. 36-year-old, former WWE World Heavyweight Champion. And I tell you what, I mean, go and watch some of this guys. I mean, you know, look, I don't know if you've ever been in a wrestling ring. I've taken a slam You know, I was taught, okay, tug your head, and you know that thing is it's not a trampoline. God's children. I mean, you know, the finish means the end of the match is determined. You have to tell the story to get there, and there's a lot of hard bumps. And this guy was a good entertainer. He was a good storyteller. He had a creepy. He had like a creepy character that, you know, you ever seen the movie called Cape Fear with Max Cady?
Oh,
Have
yeah.
you seen that,
Oh,
Steve?
yeah. Yes.
His character was kind of based on that Max Cady character. You know, wearing the Hawaiian shirt, the fedora hat, and kind of like a religious zealot. But it was entertaining. And he had this family called the Wyatt family, which consisted of Luke Harper and Eric Rowan. And unfortunately, we lost Luke Harper to, we think, COVID also. So, yeah, you know, my son Donovan with Little Rambler was very upset because, you know, we all grew up watching that, you know. So,
Right.
well, they did, and I just being a good dad watched it with them. But yeah, that was a tough loss. Of course, losing Terry Funk the way we did, you know, he had dementia, and I guess just bad health just caught up to him. But anyways, God's children, I want to leave you with that. I'll leave you on a positive note. Come on, be with us, Columbia kid, be with us. Love to see you in the congregation. You know, Steve, we're averaging, after I click stop at each service, get this, we're averaging about 200 to 300 people logging in to watch us. And, you know, I give God the glory for that. And don't ever put me up on a pedestal because, Steve, I'll fail you. I'm a human being. You know, I make mistakes like everybody else. You keep Jesus Christ up there on that pedestal, God's children, and you take refuge in him and delight in him. And I tell you what, you put your faith and trust in the Lord Jesus, you'll find you'll have a best friend. And Brother Steve, he has never lied to me, not once. When others have done you wrong, they've done me wrong, Jesus ain't never done me wrong. When he says, I'll never leave you or forget about you, it's the absolute truth. He hadn't left me or abandoned me yet. And I've had people that have, for some ungodly reason, I don't know why, have just dropped me like a hot potato, and I still don't know it. But you know what? Jesus never did. And I leave you with this. Love is just not another four-letter word. God's children is something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I will be keeping my eyes on the Gulf Coast because I live in Mobile, Alabama. So, yeah, I don't want that thing coming up here. But, Steve, you have a great weekend. Enjoy your pool. I'm off Monday and Tuesday night, so I'll be back at it Wednesday. Love you, God's children.
Hey,
bye-bye, man.
Enjoy that long what? Yeah, it's not Labor Day weekend, but 4-day weekend for Brother Rambler. All right, enjoy that. Singing Eye Dog, what you got for us here? Chicago traffic? What's happening?
They're working on 294, and it looks like they're having a flyover ramp go on to 290. Remember you were talking about the backup, how it takes so long to get through Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like they've cleared that up. It looks like it kind of feeds underneath the 294 flyover ramp. I'm going to have to try it from the 290 side and let you know how it turned out, but it looks pretty impressive. It's kind of weird. Imagine being on a highway and then the road's two lanes cut off far to the right to the other highway, and then you meet up with 294 again. It's kind of weird, but it's working. Also, as far as Hot Shot Secret goes, I have it in my Dodge Challenger with 84,000 miles. I have a gas can in my garage with Stable in there, and it's been 2 years. And it's still viable. I put it in my lawnmower, and the lawnmower works great. Great show.
Hey.
And I'll call you again maybe Monday.
All right, have a great weekend. See you, Dog. All right, real quick, let me see if I can get back to Gilligan. Welcome back. You dropped like a hot potato.
Yeah, unfortunately, I lost signal. I guess you got the part about Billy Martin turning the pages on the umpire's rule book, didn't you?
Right.
You know, he's reached over his shoulder and was flipping through the pages. Yeah, Well, I got to say, I had the pleasure of meeting Shorty this evening up on top of Fancy Gap. I like the where he got that handle. I'm not a very tall fella, but he was about a foot taller than what I am. Really nice gentleman. It was a pleasure to meet Shorty Morris this evening. I'm very, very proud to have got to meet him. Yeah, I tell you, it's great to meet some of the listeners. I've met a few of them so far, in a couple of years at the new show. Of course, it's a little easier to make contact with each other. Now, of course, most of us has exchanged phone numbers and everything. I did speak the heat wave this evening. I misspoke. He is he will be hauling hazardous material, but it's not like the fuel rods and stuff. It'll be like the clothing that's been exposed to radioactive material.
Right, okay. Clothing,
beds,
tools, right, tools,
like that.
all that stuff. Yeah, okay.
Right. Yep. Now, he's finished up his orientation. He's back at the Hacienda, and he's getting ready to start on Monday with 12 days of intense training. They're going to be trained on a level 6 inspection. Now, I'll tell you what, that's a very high-end inspection. That's probably higher than any of us out here has really experienced. But, he says when they leave the facility, there's a DOT officer going through that truck, making sure everything's correct. It's some of the things he told me and Larry there, Mr. Good Afternoon, this evening was rather interesting. We talked to him probably, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes. He was going to try to stay up and check into the show, but unfortunately his eyelids was getting a little heavy. And
right.
From what I understood, when he was down in Carlsbad, he was getting up pretty early. So, I can understand that totally. But Heat Wave seems to be doing good with the new job, and Brain Dead's you've seen on the message where he started his orientation.
Sunday starts I guess he starts Sunday. Yep.
Yep. It's looking up for our two of our favorite yellow drivers that was left when they finally shut the doors. Well, that's about all I got, Steve. I hope everybody has a great weekend and be safe out there.
Thank you so much. Thanks for chiming back in, Gilligan. All right, Truck and Filled clarified for me, because I was kind of confused about, was that vote Wednesday and Thursday of this week, or is it coming up next week? He said the United Auto Workers voted this week. Now, I guess just for Fort Wayne, he said they were 98% authorizing a strike if they don't have an agreement by the deadline of September 14. And from what I understand, he said the UAW local throughout the country are in the process of doing the same. All right, so I guess Fort Wayne, again, that's almost unanimous support authorizing a strike. So there's another thing, something we're going to be watching close. September 14 will be here before you know it. And, of course, we are out of time on a Friday morning. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a great weekend. Join us at the midnight hour, Sunday night into Monday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.